Victor. You see, he will not answer.
Perhaps he's ill. Better use your key. Please open the door, madame. I insist.
And by what right, monsieur?
I am his father.
Oh.
Why would he kill himself? Last picture. And he finished it.
Perhaps the picture finished him.
Yes, the painting did finish its morbid creator, but I will assure you that our story is not finished. Oh, no. It's only just begun. Blood. Think of that. This painting is over 100 years old, and yet real blood still glistens on the scythe of the Grim Reaper, which by no mere coincidence is the title of our story for tonight. How strange indeed that the immortality sought by a mad artist should assume the form of death. But even stranger are the fearful consequences to these others whenever the Grim Reaper's scythe comes blood. Our principal players are William Shatner, Natalie Schaefer, Elizabeth Allen, Scott Merrill, Fifi Dorsey, and Henry Daniel. You've seen the harbinger of evil. Someone is in mortal danger as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. Ah, stay where you are. I'll join you as you wait and watch.
Just fine. Is everything all right?
Oh, never better. Why?
Well, I had a bit of a shock when I drove up. I thought something might have happened.
Oh, you mean the hearse? Isn't it divine? I just bought it.
Hello.
Yes, it was a great bargain, too. The salesman told me it's in perfect condition. The only person who ever drove it was a little old corpse from Pasadena. That's a joke, dear. Oh, well, maybe not really a joke. But I think it's good publicity.
You mean you actually drive a hearse?
Well, yes, especially when the photographers are here. You know, one of the picture magazines is sending out a crew to do a spread on the house. Oh, wait till you see it inside. It's the ever loving end. Come on in. We mustn't let fresh air into the house. Well, what do you think?
Who designed this place? Charles Adams?
I cannot tell a lie. I did it with my little hatchet.
I don't get it.
Oh, Paul, dear. To you, I'm just good old Auntie B. And a bit of a coop, right?
Oh, no, I know.
Never mind. But you must remember that to the public, I'm Beatrice Graves, author of 27 hardcover mysteries, 11 screenplays, and 3 television series based on characters that I created. So it pays off to be a bit of a character myself. Well, now do you get it? This is showbiz.
Now I see. You had me a bit worried. Buying this old barn, calling it Gravesend.
Oh, I'd much rather have called it Bedside Manor. But Gravesend seems so much more appropriate. You must always play up the name, you know.
You still call yourself Beatrice Graves?
Oh, yes, of course. It's lots easier than Beatrice Graves and Peugeot, Canston, Stantler, Molson, Keller.
What husbands?
5, darling. You're forgetting Keller.
Keller, where does he come in?
Right through there. Darling. Oh. Oh, darling. Oh, really not in front of company. Come on, I want you to meet my nephew, Paul Graves. And this is Gerald Keller, my newest husband.
Good meeting you, Paul.
Gerald Keller.
Jared.
I thought so. Haven't I seen you on television?
Very likely if you've been watching all the wrong shows.
You don't have to worry, Paul. I'm giving it up. I played the charming, boyish murderer for the last time.
Oh, that's a pity. Carolyn will be disappointed.
Carolyn?
That's my landlady's daughter. She's madly in love with Gerald.
Oh, she is she? Well, why don't you bring her around so Gerald can meet her and I can scratch her eyes out?
No, that's no way to talk about a 10-year-old child. I've got a better idea. Gerald, why don't you give her your autograph? Just sign your name right here. I know that'll give her a big thrill.
Yeah, I've got to be nice to my public.
The only reason I married him is because I'm so fond of ham. Darling, come and let me show you the rest of the house. Aren't you coming on the grand tour, dear?
Not this time. I think I'll go upstairs and finish some letters.
Well, what do you think of it?
Very impressive, but very expensive to keep up.
I decided that I could afford a few luxuries at my age.
Wasn't talking about the house.
Neither was I. Paul, I did so hope you'd understand.
Oh, I do, Aunt Bee. I didn't come here because of Gerald.
I wondered about that. You haven't seen me in over a year, not since I came back from Europe. What made you decide to visit me? Must be something important.
It is, Aunt Bee, very important.
You need money?
No, I never asked you for money, you know that.
You still have that silly little accounting business, making out income tax returns for rich businessmen who can't even add or subtract.
I get along. It's not my problems that brought me here, Aunt Bee. It's yours that worry me.
Problems? But I haven't any problems.
But you have, Aunt Bee. I must talk to you.
Not now.
Oh, excuse me.
No, it's quite all right, Dorothy.
I didn't mean to intrude.
This is my nephew, Paul Graves. Dorothy Linden, my secretary.
Mr. Graves?
How do you do, Miss Linden?
Dorothy does all my typing, and most of my spelling as well.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take on another job today.
What's that?
Cooking.
Oh, don't tell me Emma quit. Why, she can't walk out on me like this. I'll go and talk to her.
She left this noon, right after lunch.
Without even having the decency to say goodbye to me?
Well, you were in the library, Mrs. Graves, and she said she just couldn't go in there because of it.
It.
What's it all about?
Come on, I'll show you. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're afraid of it, too.
Perhaps.
You make it sound like you're concealing some sort of monster in there.
Come see for yourself. What do you think of
It's horrible.
it? Were you expecting Whistler's mother?
Please don't joke about it.
But it is a joke. Now let me tell you what this is.
I know what it is. Henri Rodin's painting The Grim Reaper.
And you must have read about it in the papers.
Yes. That's why I came.
Quite a story, wasn't it? I knew it'd pay off when I bought the picture. I hit the wire services all over the country.
You've got to get rid of it.
Get rid of it. With the picture magazine coming out to do a spread, why, they'll eat this up.
Stanley, I'm telling you for your own good.
Now you stick to being an accountant or a no accountant. I know what's good for me. This is publicity.
Will you listen to me?
Something wrong?
Yes, with my nephew's pointed head. He wants me to get rid of the picture.
Well, you've got to admit it's a bit on the morbid side.
Apparently, you don't know the history of his painting.
Only what B told me about the absent-minded artist.
Absent-minded.
Yeah, like he hung himself instead of the picture.
There's nothing to joke about. Let me tell you.
All right, all right. We might as well sit down and let Paul do the Morris the Explainer bit. That's a show business term, dear. The character in the trench coat who comes on and tells how the murder was committed. He's Morris the Explainer. All right, Morris, the floor is yours.
I'll make this as short as possible. According to the record, this picture was painted in 1848. Since that time, it's had 17 owners. 15 of them have met with a violent or mysterious death.
You mean you paid a small fortune for a picture that has a jinx on it?
Not a jinx, Gerald. Curse.
Oh, that's fantastic.
The story of this painting is a matter of factual record. The moment I heard that Aunt Bee had bought the painting, I remembered newspaper articles. I dug up its whole history in the research department of the library.
And then you came out here to warn me like a good little boy. Is that it? Oh, Paul, don't you think I know all this? That old story about the curse has been running in the Sunday supplements for years.
Then why did you buy it?
Well, for precisely that reason. Think of the news angle. Mystery writer defies ancient curse.
Then you don't believe the stories.
Oh, I believe the people died, yes. But the former owners of this painting were military leaders and European nobility. Just the sort who would die violent deaths.
Well, what about all those other curse stories? The Hope Diamond. The people who died after opening King Tut's tomb.
Just coincidence. No curse. You might as well say that the Declaration of Independence carried a curse. Of course, everybody who signed it died.
Well, I guess we can all relax.
You're forgetting one thing. Aunt Bee, you say you know the history of this painting.
Of course I do.
Then how do you explain the stigmata?
Stigmata?
Isn't that a religious term? When holy men or sacred relics suddenly start to bleed? But this isn't a religious painting.
No, it's not a religious painting. Unless the man who painted it worshipped death. Who knows what went on in Henri Rodin's twisted mind when he created this nightmare. But one thing we do know, 15 of the people who owned this painting met with a sudden, unexpected, violent death. And each was warned.
Oh, how? You mean somebody told them?
The painting told them. Every time someone's about to die, the painting begins to bleed.
Oh, you're making this up. Isn't he, Mrs. Graves?
Of course, I'd heard that story. The art dealer told me that...
Couldn't it be true?
Oh, no. Superstitious nonsense.
What do they mean when they say the picture bleeds?
Well, I don't know, maybe Aunt Bee is right. It does sound fantastic. They say this is the Grim Reaper, the Angel of Death. And he gives a warning. You see the scythe he carried? Whenever anyone is about to die, the blade of that scythe begins.
Attila told me I was a rich, spoiled American witch. That's the word he used, in French, of course. Then he insisted on 150,000 francs. And Mr. Killer.
Dorothy seems to think you've had enough to drink.
Don't be silly, darling. I called him a bandit. I told him that crime doesn't pay that well, not even on television. And then we compromised for 100,000.
You paid 100,000 francs for that obscenity.
Don't get so excited, Paul. I'm rather fond of the old Reaper. You know, art is like marriage. I don't know very much about men, but I know what I like.
It's very good brandy. You sure you want to have some, Paul? Cognac's the same as a woman. At its very best between the ages of 25 and 40. 50.
I'm cold out here. I'm going into the library. Bring the brandy, dear. Aren't you coming with me, Paul?
No, I'm going up to my room.
Well, that's a little progress. At least we're on a first-name basis.
What's the idea of sneaking up on me like that?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
This is no time for clowning.
But I'm not clowning. If you just give me the chance, I can prove it.
You promised to leave me alone.
Guess I'm just a forgetful type.
Well, let me remind you then. You're a married man.
You don't have to remind me.
How can you be so cold-blooded? Aren't you concerned about what happened?
Of course. That's why I'm here. I was worried about you.
Well, you ought to be worried about your wife. Didn't you notice at dinner?
She always drinks at dinner.
Not like this. I'm afraid she's going off the deep end again.
Who are you going to call?
Dr. Bryce.
Don't bother.
But if he came up, he could calm her nerves down, give her a shot.
Let her get her shots from the brandy bottle. That'll calm her soon enough.
Gerald, she's your wife.
No, she isn't. She's married to the brandy bottle. She doesn't know how I feel about you. And if she did, she wouldn't even...
Get out of here. Get out.
Okay. I can take a hint.
I didn't mean to upset you. I just stepped out for some air.
I know. I'm afraid we're all a bit tense tonight.
My aunt seems very upset. Does she always indulge herself this much?
Your aunt works very hard. Writing is a great strain on a nervous temperament. Actually, she's been much better lately, but tonight...
Yes, I know. It's my fault.
You did disturb her.
I had to tell her the truth. The painting is dangerous. Why can't she believe me?
I'm sure she does believe you. That's why she drank so much tonight.
Drinking is no solution. We've got to do something about this.
What do you suggest?
We must get rid of the picture. We must destroy it before it destroys her.
She means a great deal to you, doesn't she?
And B is the only relative I have in the world. And I love her. That's why it's important to me. She must be protected.
Then why don't you talk to her? Right now.
I
Maybe
don't-
she'll listen to you.
She must listen.
I think she's still in the library.
Aunt B? Aunt B?
What do you want? You looking for a drink? Help yourself.
No thanks, Aunt B. I never touch it.
Oh, yes, that's right. You don't drink. You don't do anything. What are you anyway? The world's oldest Eagle Scout?
Please.
I know.
Aunt B,
I know you're here to do your good deed for the day. Who sent you anyway, Gerald? Or the girl?
neither one.
You should know better than that. They don't care what happens to me, just so long as it happens soon.
What do you mean?
Don't you think I know they want to get rid of me?
Oh, Aunt B, you're...
Go ahead and say it. I'm drunk. Maybe that's why I'm drinking. 'Cause I know the truth.
I can't speak for your husband, but I have talked to Dorothy enough to know that she's really fond of you and very worried.
Oh, Paul, you're a fool. Can't you see the girl's angle? You're supposed to talk to me about my drinking. Maybe even persuade me to go into a sanatorium for a nice, long rest cure.
Perhaps it would help.
I know one thing it'd do. It'd leave the two of them here, alone, together. Now do you understand?
If you believe that, why do you allow the situation to go on?
Because I'm a fool, Sue. I love my husband. Funny, isn't it? Rich old dame, worthless young. Great plot for a murder mystery.
Aunt B, the stigmata, we've been warned. Something could happen.
Go ahead and say it.
Say what?
The line. It's in all the mysteries.
You've got to believe me.
That's it. That's the line. You've got to believe me. That's what our hero always says to the police. Just before the murder. Nobody ever believes him. And then, all of a sudden, before you know it,
Look, this is nothing to joke about. The picture gave us a warning this afternoon.
yes, the picture.
Then you do believe me?
Perhaps.
Well, aren't you afraid? Sitting here alone like this, staring at that face?
Skulls have no faces, Paul. And death has no terrors. Not for me. Death is just a business partner.
Business partner?
Of course, that's what he is. I made a fortune working with death. He's in all my stories. Oh, he can't scare me.
Aunt B, listen to me for the last time. You've got to get rid of that picture.
her. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Now go on upstairs to bed.
What about you?
I'll be up in just a little while. Well, what are you waiting for? Go to bed.
I don't like the idea of you being here all alone.
I'm not alone. I've got all the company I need. Here's to you, old buddy.
And me. I don't want to make
Oh,
a mess.
leave me alone. That's better. Just the two of us. Nice and cozy. Well, here's to crime.
Come in.
I couldn't sleep. I heard a noise in the hall, so I came out, and that's when I saw it.
What's the matter?
Sorry to put you through this, folks. An inquest can be pretty rough.
We understand, Sergeant. Under the circumstances, you had no choice.
Well, at any rate, it's over now. I just want to stop and say thanks for your cooperation. And to offer my condolences to you, sir.
Thank you.
And to you. Your aunt was a wonderful woman.
Yes, she'll be missed.
Sergeant, before you go, there's something I must ask you.
Yes?
The coroner's jury brought in a verdict of accidental death. Do you accept it?
What else could it be? Are you hinting?
I'm not hinting anything. I'm asking the sergeant a question. Do you accept that verdict?
Yes, I do. We all know she'd been drinking. The stairway was dark. She stumbled, fell.
I'm not talking about how she died. I'm talking about why.
What do you mean, why?
Sergeant, the picture warned us something was going to happen.
Please, you're only upsetting yourself. The sergeant knows all about the picture.
Believe me, miss, we did everything we could. The lab men went over the picture with X-ray and microphotography. There wasn't a trace of blood.
But we saw it. Paul, tell him.
I already have. I'm afraid he doesn't believe me any more than Aunt Bee did. But it's true, Dorothy's right. There is a curse on the picture. That's why my aunt died. If there was only some way I could prove it to you.
Believe me, if you find out anything at all, I'll be glad to listen. Meanwhile, the verdict stands. I'm sorry, miss.
Yeah, sure you are, Sergeant.
Paul, I'm frightened.
There's nothing to be afraid of. It's all over now.
Is it? Maybe it's just begun.
You're imagining things.
The picture is real, and the blood was real. And Gerald is real.
Gerald?
Well, you didn't know about him, did you? The way he was always after me. Oh, Paul, he only married you on for her money.
Dorothy, that's a very harsh accusation. You have no proof.
Your aunt is dead. That's proof enough for me. You told her to get rid of the picture. Oh, you were wrong. She should have gotten rid of Gerald.
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. I tell you, it isn't safe to stay in the same house with that man. Now, you can do what you like, but I'm leaving.
Leaving? What's this all about, my dear? You can't leave now. We have a visitor. Sir?
I don't understand. Who is this man?
Mr. Phillips is my late wife's attorney. He's here to read the will.
A necessary formality. Now, if you'll be seated, we can proceed.
You may use the desk if you like.
Thank you. There. I believe that concludes our business. Are there any questions?
Let me make sure I've got this straight now. She left everything to me.
Exactly. You're the sole heir.
Oh, that hardly seems fair. Paul here. He's their only living blood relation.
I assure you the will was carefully and legally executed. I told you she made it out the week after you returned from your honeymoon. She loved you very deeply, Mr. Keller,
Yes, I know. Shall I see you out?
if you wish. Interesting painting you have here.
Yes.
I couldn't help but notice how the eyes seem to move.
Eyes? But there are no eyes in the picture.
That's odd. I could have sworn all the time I was reading the will that the figure in the painting was watching.
Yes.
Are you sure you won't change your mind?
Quite sure.
I wish you weren't going.
I wish you were. Paul, it isn't safe to be alone with him.
I promised I'd stay on over the weekend, but
Well, be very careful.
I'll call you in a few days when I get back to town. Yeah, I'll take these out to the car for you. I thought you went to bed an hour ago.
Yes, but I couldn't sleep.
Just nerves, I know. Why don't you try a sedative?
Sleeping pill? I don't have any.
I have just the thing. Here, try this.
Thanks.
Water?
Do you know I haven't closed my eyes since B died? I'm afraid to. I'm afraid if I do, I'll see.
This. Forget it, it's just a picture.
How can I? The warning, the curse.
He was right, superstitious nonsense.
But you said so yourself. It's evil. There's blood on the scythe.
Not on the scythe, Gerald, on my finger. I never touched the painting.
It was all a trick.
I had to have an excuse to see B again. Dear Aunt B, so rich and so selfish. Only one way of getting any money out of her. By inheritance.
But I inherited the estate.
So you did. But it won't do you any good, I'm afraid. Once you're dead, I'm the only remaining relative.
What's that?
Just typed out your confession for the police.
My confession.
You admit you pushed her down the stairs.
But you killed her. I'd never sign that.
You already have. Remember the autograph you gave me when I first arrived?
You'll never get away with this. I'll deny everything.
You won't be able to, Gerald. It's more than just a confession. It's a suicide.
Suicide.
Exactly. How do you feel?
Sleeping Bill. I'll tell you.
Operator, give me the police.
Well, thanks for your statement, Mr. Graves.
That's all right.
Well, I guess there's nothing more to be said. At least now we know the truth.
Yes, now we know.
You plan on staying on here in case I want to get in touch with you later?
Actually, I plan to go back to my apartment in town. You can reach me there.
Can't say that I blame you. Mr. Graves,
Yes.
about that picture.
What about it?
Well, I've been doing some thinking since you told me about that curse.
Oh, Sergeant, we know how my aunt died. The picture had nothing to do with it. It's only a painting.
Oh, I suppose you're right. Just between the two of us, I'm glad you don't plan on staying in this house with it. Alone. Well, good night.
I was driving down the coast highway when I heard the report. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about. The police just left.
You're leaving.
Yes, and now we can go back together.
Paul, just a moment.
What is it?
The picture.
You can forget about it.
But that's just it. I can't forget about it. From the moment I heard about Gerald, I knew what had to be done.
There's nothing has to be done. I've taken care of it all.
You've destroyed it.
No, of course not. I haven't touched it.
Well, if you won't, I will. It's evil.
Dorothy, wait.
Paul, this mustn't happen again. We'll get rid of it before we leave. We'll burn it in the fireplace.
No. Please don't go in there! There's nothing to fear. There's no curse.
Your aunt is dead. Gerald is dead, and you may die.
I may love to frighten them. It's just a picture. That's all. An old picture. It doesn't really bleed.
You made it up.
Yes, there's no curse.
You're the one.
But you understand, don't you? It was the only way. Now everything is mine. The house, money, the picture, everything. I'll share it with you, money and secret. What's the matter? I told you, don't be afraid. There's no curse.
The picture! The arm! It's moving! Sergeant, thank heavens you came back.
We saw your car. I thought we better investigate.
He's in here.
Excuse me, miss. Good Lord.
His throat. Good, his throat.
What kind of a weapon could have done that?
Look at the picture.
Myra? Myra, you mustn't. You mustn't. You mustn't. You mustn't.
Doctor! Doctor! It is difficult to violate the privacy of dreams. After all, there are no witnesses to our nighttime fantasies. But when a man's nightmares are an accurate reflection of the truth, and in trying to relieve his suffering, he commits that truth to paper, then he creates greater torments than those of his restless sleep, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff. We're concerned now with a woman who makes use of a nightmare to persecute the innocent as well as the guilty. A persecution that is much worse than murder. That's the name of our story. Our principal players are Miss Constance Ford, Mr. John Barragray, Miss Christine White, Miss Harriet McGibbon, and Mr. Dan Tobin. Let me assure you, my friends, this is a thriller.
Well, hi there, family lawyer. Where's Uncle Archer?
He passed on early this morning. I'm sorry, Connie, but these occasions are very sad.
How long will it take to settle the estate?
Not too long.
I'd appreciate it if you'd let me know when and where the will be read.
I'm afraid that won't be necessary. See, Mr. Gedney died intestate. By that I mean he died without leaving a will.
I know what it means! It means you're a lousy family lawyer. First my husband dies without a will, and now his uncle.
Archer Gedney was terrified of dying or anything that reminded him of it. Whether or not your husband died without leaving a will makes no difference. He had squandered a sizable inheritance from his grandmother.
Left me nothing. I expected Uncle Archer to leave his favorite nephew's widow something, at least. Who does get the money?
His sister, your mother-in-law, of course.
That figured. The rich get richer. Diary. But this is a lot of laughs. What do you suppose the old coot found to write about in this place?
Quite a lot, apparently.
What do you know? I can hardly wait to read it.
I'm sorry, Miss Walworth, but that belongs to Mrs. Walworth Sr. now.
Don't worry, I'll return it to her. Were you about to say something profound, Mr. Sinclair? Or just goodbye?
Please tell Mrs. Walworth that her brother died quietly. There was no pain.
I'm sure she will be very relieved. Bye.
Are you finished poking and probing?
For now.
What's the verdict?
You're gonna have to cut down on your social life, Mrs. Walworth. And I mean way down. And since I've got a spy in the house, I wouldn't try to put anything over on me.
Can't you confine that sort of thing to more private surroundings? Oh, Mother. I suppose I should be grateful to Ralph that he finds you attractive, Anne. Ralph, can't you help me get her to liven herself up a bit?
If you're trying to change the subject, you're not succeeding. If you feel another spasm coming on, a few drops of that'll set you right. But call me in any event.
Is he always this authoritative?
Nearly always.
Goodbye.
How is she? I mean, really.
Her cardiograph shows up very well for a woman her age. If your mother eases up on parties and running around, she should be all right. If she doesn't,
I don't think it is the parties or the late hours.
maybe she's worried about her only daughter becoming an old maid. That's because she doesn't see how pretty you really are. See you tonight.
Dr. Mitchell, I presume. I'm Connie Horworth.
My sister-in-law.
Now, I know that Myra's in good hands. Nan, too. Myra and I worry about our little orphan Annie. She always seems to go out of her way to avoid meeting attractive, eligible young men. Will it be all right if I go up to her mother?
Certainly. She comes on strong, doesn't she? Gets under your skin, I'll bet.
Ooh, a little. That's a lie, a whole lot.
Know how you can stop that? Take your mother's advice and make her green with envy.
Mother always said you've got to be attracted to men. That making the Connies of this world envious is the most important asset a woman can have.
And you don't believe it.
No, I don't. Why believe in something that's beyond you?
Darling, I love you just the way you are. But if it bothers you not being a swan, then do something about it. You can, you know.
You're still young, Connie. You've got your looks. So get yourself a job or a man. Either or both. Because I'm finished taking care of you. Quite finished.
That'll make an interesting item for the gossip columns. For rent, one shabby apartment over a hobby shop, recently vacated by the daughter-in-law of Myra Moneybags Woolworth.
Don't you threaten me, Connie. If it hadn't been for you, my son would be alive today.
Your son had a talent for smashing up racing cars. I didn't tell him to take that flip at Le Mans. He didn't figure to walk away indefinitely.
You were his wife, you should have stopped him.
You were his mother a lot longer than I was his wife.
Didn't Archer leave you enough to get you out of my hair?
Uncle Archie's literary talent didn't run to composing wills. He was too busy writing diaries.
Diaries? Archer kept diaries?
For 10 years, didn't you know? One for every year he spent in that place.
How much do you need?
Whatever you can spare. That's very generous of you. Just about pay my hairdresser.
Beggars can't be choosers.
I love you too. Hi. I saw that you were hard at work, so I thought I'd just scoot by.
Stop trying to avoid me, Abby Connie.
I'm your tenant, landlord, not your chattel.
So I'm being put in my place again. Is it proper for a patient friend to congratulate a new heiress on her good fortune?
There was no will. Nothing.
But you were so sure.
Story of my life. Connie pays for what Connie gets.
I'm sorry. I know you were counting on at least something. As a matter of fact, so was I.
Worried about your rent, landlord?
It's been quite a long time. I don't like to mention it, Connie.
Why don't you stop up later for a drink? Uncle Archer, you were a stupid, dull, dreary, old bore. June 5th, 1960. It happened again last night. The same dream. The house is quiet. Dead quiet. Except for the rasping sound of SM's breathing. M has the hypodermic needle in her hand.
What's this?
M takes SM's hand. My heart beats suffocating. I try to cry out, but there are no words in my throat. And then I hear myself. Wait, you mustn't in a dream. But I try. Every night I try. I wonder, does M dream too? Well,
Oh, what? What is that? Where'd you get that?
it's a diary. Uncle Archer's diary.
So?
What do you make of it?
Some kind of a dream.
What kind of a dream?
Some sort of nightmare.
A nightmare. A book about a nightmare. Page after page, the same nightmare. About a murder.
Murder? Come on, Connie.
What you rent, landlord? Or you're gonna get it.
Look, honey, forget about the rent.
You get it with a bonus. Now scram.
We were gonna have a drink together.
I'm about to have a previous engagement.
Connie, don't get carried away with this thing. I beg you.
That's the difference between us, Ray. You beg, and I take.
Yes?
Mr. Sinclair, I'm sorry to bother you about such a trivial matter, but,
Well, what can I do for you, Connie?
well, my mother-in-law was so pleased with that diary of her brother's that I thought I'd just drop down to your office and get the rest of them for her.
But I've already personally turned them over to her this afternoon.
I see. Well, there's more than one way to skin a mink.
Here's September, October, and November, 1948, lady.
Thank you. That's very sweet of you.
Yeah, I'm a dust-coated jewel.
How do you do, Mrs. Walworth? My nurse said your business was urgent. How can I help?
Well, you couldn't have been out of medical school.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, when Mrs. Sarah Gedney died 12 years ago, I understood you were the attending physician.
Well, that must have been my father.
Oh, I see. Well, then it's your father I want to see.
Well, he died last year, Mrs. Walworth.
I'm so sorry. Perhaps you can help me after all. I assume that your father kept files of all his patients.
Yes, of course.
I wonder if I could look at Mrs. Gedney's file.
I'm sorry. Most people don't understand that doctors' files are kept in the strictest confidence.
Even when the patient and the doctor are deceased?
Yes, that's right.
Well, thank you for seeing me, Doctor. It isn't essential that we find her.
I beg your pardon? Find who?
Mrs. Gedney's nurse. And we'd like to find her.
Well, the nurse's registry can help you locate her.
Well, I know how stupid it sounds, but we can't even remember her last name.
Well, I think professional ethics can be stretched to accommodate a request like that.
Thank you, Doctor. Miss Snyder?
Yes.
Can I come in?
That's not fair. You're the third one this week. A person can't have a gentleman friend without the gossip spreading tales. Go ahead, take a look. You'll find a bottle in the kitchen and some fancy eats, none of which came out of my relief check. I don't care what my neighbors say. My gentleman friend likes me to have nice things.
And lots of them.
Well, it's only costume jewelry. Thought's the same. Do you mind making your report and leaving? I want to go back to bed.
I'm not a social worker, Miss Snyder. I've come for your professional help. I'm willing to pay for it.
No. Oh, that's out of the question. I haven't taken a nursing case
Since Mrs. Gedney died 12 years ago. You better sit down, Miss Snyder.
Well, it's nothing. It's... I haven't been well. I don't know anything about Mrs. Gedney's death.
I didn't ask you anything about Mrs. Gedney's death.
Who are you?
A friend, if you'll confide in me.
There's nothing to confide.
All right. Let's talk in generalities. Suppose an 84-year-old lady had just been given an injection of insulin. And suppose a few minutes later she was given a second injection of insulin. Would it be fatal?
I'm no doctor.
You were a very competent nurse.
You'll have to excuse me.
Take your time.
got no right to go prying into my things. I'll thank you to leave.
When you tell me what I want to know.
Get out of here!
Something a gentleman friend once taught me.
I'll yell. I'll yell for the police.
And how will you explain a sable coat from relief checks to the Bureau of Internal Revenue?
What do you want?
The truth about Mrs. Gedney's death.
I don't know anything.
Mom and Archer paid you off, didn't they?
No. I took their money. Why not? She was going to die anyway. And then when I got the money, I was afraid to spend it. I was afraid people would ask questions.
What happened the night Mrs. Gedney died?
I wasn't in the room, I swear it. They said I looked tired, that I should lie down for a while, and they'd take care of her. And when I came back, the poor old thing was dead.
From an overdose of insulin.
Yes.
Why didn't the doctor discover it?
He didn't suspect anything. She was very old. There was no need for an autopsy.
And you made sure he wouldn't suspect.
She was going to die anyway. And then I got the money and I was afraid to spend it. I was alone and afraid. I was alone and afraid.
What do you want?
I just thought I'd drop by to see how you were getting along. And to see if you found Uncle Archie's diaries as fascinating as I did.
As you did.
Didn't you notice this year's was missing?
What exactly fascinated you, Connie?
A dream Uncle Archer had.
A dream.
A dream about a murder.
Go on.
You sure you want to hear this? I wouldn't like to see you toss off one of your little attacks.
You couldn't care less about me. Go on.
You and Uncle Archer got rid of the nurse that night, didn't you?
Snyder never left the room.
Not what she says.
She said... Where did you find her?
You look tired, Uncle Archer said. Why don't you take a nap, you said. We'll take care of the old lady.
No. Snyder never left the room.
She left the room, all right. She left the room long enough for you and Uncle Archer to commit murder.
It's not true. She was old and sick. She simply died. There wasn't even an autopsy.
You thought that one out, too, didn't you? An old lady, helpless, being kept alive by injections, the insulin and the hypodermic needle handy.
Oh.
Why not give her an extra dose? Put her out of her misery.
No.
Put her out of her misery and put her fortune into your hands.
Stop.
Into your hands and Archer's before she changed her will. Or changed her mind about dying for another 4 or 5 years. Archer held her down, clamped his hand over her mouth. You jabbed in the needle. Better, sweetie?
How much?
$100,000
You're mad.
for the diary and my silence. Oh, and I'll be perfectly reasonable. I'll give you exactly 24 hours to raise the cash. Until tomorrow, Myra. Oh, and, don't disappoint me, huh? I'll have to go to the police.
And you look absolutely wonderful.
I can't go, Ralph.
What do you mean you can't go? What's happened?
Nothing. I just can't go, that's all.
Oh, come on. Something must have happened or you wouldn't be so upset. Is there anything wrong with your mother?
Please don't ask me.
And I have every right to ask you. All right, I'll go out and find out for myself.
No, I don't want you to, Ralph. Please, it's none of your concern.
I thought you were my concern. But I guess I was wrong. Well, your mother's still in my care. If she needs me, you know where you can find me.
My. New hairdo, new dress, new little orphan Annie.
Stay away from my mother.
Something doesn't quite make it, though.
Stay away from her.
I know. Flair. You haven't got the flair, sweetie.
If you don't stay away from her, Connie, I swear I'll kill you.
Not the type. You're not the type to hold on to a man, either. Especially one as good looking as that doctor of yours.
When she wakes up, give her 2 of those. And what was she muttering about, having only 24 hours? 24 hours for what?
I don't know.
All right, then I'm going to get her into a hospital.
Oh, no, not without her permission. She made me promise. But I will try to persuade her.
Do that. You've been most cooperative in all the little ways.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Whether I get her to the hospital or not, whether I keep her under sedation, nothing is going to help her, except a release from the tension that's choking her to death. I've got to know what's causing it, Anne. Anne, have it your way. Keep your secret. Carry it to your mother's grave. Hey.
There's nobody in here at her office.
I was just about to leave.
That's pretty good timing. I've been shopping. You can take me to lunch. Like?
I like.
How do you like the fat cat?
I like. You have been shopping.
Why not? We're about to come into a little, inheritance.
Oh,
What about that lunch, Doctor?
I have an appointment.
Cancel it.
You do come on strong.
Only when the mood and the man stir me.
You, tempt me, but no.
Scared Annie will find out?
Give me 10 minutes. Make yourself at home.
Or something, Miss Myra.
I just phoned the bank, Bessie. They're sending a man out with some papers that I must sign. Let me know the minute he gets here.
Yes, ma'am.
Mother, do you think you should see anyone?
I must, dear. This is something that can't be postponed. Something very important for all of us.
Is it something I could do?
No, thank you, dear. Only I can attend to this.
I see. Well, now it's time for your medicine.
Later, dear, after the man comes.
No, Ralph left strict orders. And now we're going to take a nap.
Oh? Thank you, dear. Diary, Connie. If you make scandal, I'll stop you.
Hush, kills me. Shh. I won't let Connie hurt you. Leave everything to me. Bessie, go up and sit with Mother. She's sleeping. I'm going out for a while.
I'll look after her, Miss Anne. Now, don't you worry now.
Come on up.
I thought you said you had to see Mara at 6 o'clock.
It's time.
You're, not exactly the bashful type, are you?
My father was quite a philosopher. He used to say, Connie, never hide your light under a bushel.
And being a good little girl, you listened and you learned.
I've always been fascinated by doctors.
Well, as everybody knows, we're nature's noblemen.
I can wait. Hand it over. Hand it over. Hand it over.
I'm sorry.
Are you all right? Did you walk?
Yes, yes.
What's going on out there?
I'll send you a telegram.
I'd ask you, what's going on out there?
What's the matter with you? Let go of me. You're hurting me.
Well, it's about time. It's a fair exchange.
Drop something. Trembling.
Still ticking, Doctor?
Like a $2 clock.
You're lying.
And you just close your eyes and go right back to sleep, Mara.
I have to talk.
No arguments, young lady.
Please, Ralph. I have to talk. For Anne's sake and yours. I've got to talk.
Right.
Funny how things work out. The old lady was 84 and dying. But I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait for the money. Hers, jewels, other things I won't shock you with. I thought they'd keep my conscience quiet. And they did. For quite a few years. But then, gradually, finally, my conscience took over completely. Now, Connie's trying to kill me. The way I killed my stepmother.
Mara, that's enough.
She's done it. But now she'll try to blackmail Anne with the diary.
Be quiet.
But you mustn't let her get any more money. Ralph, promise me you won't let Connie get any more money.
All right, I promise.
No, no more, no more.
What happened, Bessie?
I tried to stop a doctor, but you know how proud she is. She wouldn't let that man see her in a sick bed.
What man?
From the bank. He had a package and wouldn't leave it with nobody but Miss Walworth herself. It was on the stairs going back to her room that she fainted. The package, it fell too. And all that money.
Money?
I never saw so much money, Doctor. It was downright unholy. I left it laying on the hall table.
What did you do with it? I burned it. No, set the whole car on fire! The whole house on fire, Connie!
Checking you out, Connie.
Well, thanks, landlord. I was just about finished with this place anyway.
Writing off the rent you owe is a bad debt. Goodbye, sweetie.
Constance Walworth?
Yes.
Moving, Miss Walworth?
Why, no, I was just going on a vacation for a few days.
I'm afraid you'll have to postpone it.
Postpone it? Why?
I'll have to ask you to come along with us.
Are you arresting me? What for?
Let's just say there are a few questions we'd like to ask you.
About the fire? Well, I had nothing to do with it. I tried to help put it out. The curtains got caught on and... Anybody hurt?
A woman died.
Who?
Your mother-in-law, Mrs. Myra Walworth. Heart attack. Less than an hour ago at the city hospital. But Dr. Mitchell signed a complaint against you.
That miserable rat.
Let's go, lady. On the way downtown, you can tell us all about the fire.
Let go of me.
Aren't you running into filthy luck, Connie, dear?
I told you, sweetie. Connie always pays for what she gets.
I'd like to go to the hospital now. There's nothing more we can do here.
There's nothing we can do at the hospital either. Anne, your mother's dead. I'm taking care of you now.
Connie killed her. Connie and her filthy blackmail.
Yes, I know. But Anne, your mother wanted to die. She was happy to die. Connie's the only one who'll suffer now.
Way Mother did. All for money.
King or no king, you must be daft, destroying a creature so beautiful.
Not even a trial did you get. And no surgeon here to certify her death all decent and proper.
Well, I ain't no surgeon, but I'll gladly stay behind to see this one.
We'll both stay.
Meg Peyton, you have been accused of the murder of 6 men and of witchcraft and crimes so heinous they cannot even be spoken of or written about. The moment of your death is at hand. Do you repent? For the sake of your immortal soul, I ask you again, do you repent?
No, I do not repent. And you may tell the man who condemned me. Meg Peyton does not die here.
With your last words, you defy your sovereign?
With my last words, I pity him.
Get on with it.
Good morning, Mr. Hangman.
Morning, one.
Hold on, Boker. Only the king himself can get hanged with his wig on. It's the law. Now we'll just take yours off.
No, please! I don't want anyone to see me without it. Not while I'm alive.
More than 2 guineas, she's bald. Let's see.
Keep your filthy hands off her.
Miss Wyman, law, no law. You'll not be put to shame as long as I'm in charge.
Thank you. Your hands are trembling. Let me help you.
I think so.
Let me have a look. Well, now, the lady's dropped her wig. Now we can see what she was hiding.
Well, that was a gruesome surprise even for a hangman. A stunningly beautiful courtesan is dropped into the pit. And a moment later, her executioners discover a withered hand, claw-like, clutching a wig. Well, of course, the noose usually does have a disastrous effect upon the human body, but nothing like this. How strange. I should think it must have something to do with this wig. There is something weird and frightening about it. But my friends, look! It's only cloth and hair. Lustrous red hair, to be sure, but hardly very mysterious. At least, that's what the characters in tonight's story thought. Unfortunately for them. May I introduce Sheila DeVore, played by Patricia Barry. George Mashik, played by John Barragray. Herbert Bleak, played by John Fiedler. Arabella Foote, played by Linda Watkins. And Max Quink, played by Herbert Rudley. We call our story A Wig for Miss DeVore, and naturally I refer to this particular wig. Now, my friends, you know all about the magic that the sorcerers of the silver screen put on film for your entertainment. Well, tonight, as sure as my name is Boris Karloff, you'll learn that sorcery can be performed without celluloid. Behind the cameras, perhaps even in your own living room.
out of Meg Peyton's aristocratic face as she gazes with the serenity of a Madonna at the bishop, who says, Meg Peyton, you have been accused of the murder of 6 men, and of witchcraft and crimes so heinous that they cannot be spoken of nor written down. The moment of your death is at hand. Do you repent?
And I just stand there, looking breathtaking, unafraid.
And the bishop says...
Now, Herbert, never mind all that business about what the bishop says. Skip on down to that part where I turn to the hangman and I say, Good morning, Mr. Hangman.
Good morning, Mom. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
The hangman brings the noose up, but his hands are trembling badly, his face a mask of sorrow.
And I'm much more worried about the way he feels than I am about myself. And I turn and I look up into his face and I say, Your hands are trembling. Here, let me help you. And I take his 2 huge hands in my own. And I guide the noose up over my head. And as I'm standing there waiting for death, the camera booms up, 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 until the cold gray fog obscures the scene. The end. Herbert.
Yes, Miss DeVore?
Herbert, I've made up my mind. Of all the scripts that you've brought me, I like The Legend of Meg Peyton the best.
Oh, that's nice. I'll put it on the top of the list, and we'll start through the stack again. I mean, just to be sure we've chosen the right one for you.
No, Herbert. Herbert, I said I've made up my mind. I'm going to make my comeback in The Legend of Meg Peyton, and I'm going to be wonderful in it. Do you know something, Herbert? I think this long rest has done just wonders for my complexion. I'm awfully glad I have the kind of face that improves with age. There's a lot to be said for mature beauty, you know. Oh, Herbert, I have the most marvelous idea how to do my hair. I'm going to wear the Meg Peyton wig. I mean the real, actual wig. Oh, I saw a picture of it. It's just absolutely fabulous. She was supposed to be a witch, you know. And there was this rumor that she made the wig out of her own victims' hairs. I mean, she just stood there and pulled them out of their heads, one strand by one strand. Isn't that thrilling? Then she put a spell on it. You know, Herbert, that's pretty good publicity stuff, don't you think so? Oh, Max just simply has to get it for me. I mean, I couldn't possibly get into character without it. Besides, all my fans would absolutely adore the idea of my wearing a genuine, actual wig.
Well, yes, I guess so, but don't you think we should go through the stack just once more? I mean, don't you think maybe we're being hasty?
No, sweetie. We can't keep Max waiting forever. I mean, he needs me.
Well, yes, Miss DeVore.
Well, I know he's very hard to reach. I mean, after all, when you're head of a studio, that's a very responsible job, and he's a very busy man, but I just know that you can get in to see him.
Well, I don't know about that.
Darling, I have all the confidence in the world in you. Besides, it isn't as though he'd forgotten all about little me. Listen. Sheila, darling, we love you. We miss you. We need you. Hurry back to us. Signed, Max. Was there ever anybody so loyal?
No one.
All right, sweetie. You just run right on down to Mr. Max Quink's office and tell them at long last we found a script, the perfect script for me. Miss Sheila DeVore is ready to resume her career. starting immediately.
Sheila DeVore. All right, how'd you find her? Where is she?
Find her? I never left her. Mr. Quink, I want you to keep your promise to Miss DeVore.
My promise? What promise?
The one I've been making for you for the past 5 years.
You've been making.
Well, you see, Mr. Quink, every week you send Miss DeVore a basket of roses. Red roses.
I do.
And you enclose a card. The last card said, Sheila, darling, we love you. We miss you. We need you. Hurry back to us. Signed, Max.
Touching sentiment.
Now, Miss DeVore knows nothing of my little deception, and she need never know. But when she returns to work next week,
Turns to work.
everything should be the same as the day she left. She should have her own bungalow, her favorite cameraman. That would please her. And perhaps her old director.
Machi?
George Machik.
Machi wouldn't touch the kind of stuff Sheila used to do. He only does highbrow stuff now.
Oh, The Legend of Meg Peyton is a highbrow picture. Miss DeVore says she'll be wonderful in it.
Is what, the Jaw Woman?
I told you. It's Meg Peyton. It's the vehicle Miss DeVore has chosen for her comeback.
Comeback? Are you out of your mind?
Well, I won't tell her you said that.
I look bleak. I'm an easygoing man. I tolerate oddballs. They amuse me, but not when they keep harping on the same bad joke. Sheila DeVore is a 38-year-old has-been. She was finished at 32. My heart bleeds for her, but that's life. This part calls for a 25-year-old fresh redhead. Not Miss Dimple Darling of 1945.
Well, then you'll just have to get Miss DeVore the best makeup man in Hollywood.
Do you mean to tell me she doesn't realize what she looks like?
Miss DeVore is absolutely incapable of seeing anything ugly. I mean, you of all people should remember that.
All right, that's enough. Get out.
Very well, Mr. Quink. You'll be hearing from Miss DeVore's attorneys.
Attorneys? What attorneys?
Ones that will ask you and Mr. Machik to account for the missing profits of 32 of her pictures. As I understand it, the three of you were equal partners in an independent picture production company.
Who are you, Lee?
I'll tell you who I am, Mr. Quink. A bookkeeper who works in your accounting department. And who's made it his business to re-audit the financial statements on every picture Miss DeVore made.
Don't try to bluff me. If you'd found anything irregular, you'd have told Sheila years ago.
Oh, she trusted you. I didn't want to disillusion her. And I don't want to now. But since you're going to break her heart anyway.
Wait a minute. Let's talk about it.
Choice is very simple, Mr. Quink. Would you prefer to go to jail or phone Mr. Machik and tell him the news?
Sit down. Now.
Oh, Herbert, my old dressing room. They haven't changed a thing. Isn't it beautiful? Herbert, it's here. The wig.
Meg Peyton's very own, all the way from the museum in London.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, it's just breathtaking.
Well, when I told Mr. Quink you had your heart set on it, he said, buy it for her, Bleak. He hardly objected at all when I gave him the bill.
Well, I just have never seen anything so breathtaking. Oh, I just have to try it on.
Good. I'd better go and see what's keeping your makeup
All
on.
right.
Fellas, hold it a minute, will you please? Miss DeVore is on her way to the set. She'll be here in a moment. Now, you all realize that this is Miss DeVore's first picture in several years. While we're all very happy to have her back, we must realize how difficult it is to get back into the routine after such a long hiatus. Therefore, I ask your complete understanding and cooperation. Oh, wait, boy, it's on her way to the set. How does she look?
Well,
We'll be here in a moment.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Didn't the makeup
Oh,
help?
no, that
Oh,
this
the makeup man hadn't come when I left.
several years.
Just phoned. She's on the way over here now.
Well, what I mean is, she has been ill for a long time. And when a person has been ill, naturally a person is bound to change.
Max? Arabella! Darlings, it's so wonderful to be back again. Arabella, darling.
Sheila DeVore. I don't believe it.
What's the matter, Arabella? Is my slip showing?
Darling, you look positively... Well... I didn't remember you having such a flair for clothes.
But of course not, darling. You were always looking for dirt.
You've changed, Sheila, in more ways than one. Everyone has noticed.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Everyone. And especially the hair. That must be the wig Max had brought over for the picture. Mhm. People are beginning to wonder why you're never seen without it. Darling, don't you think you're overdoing it a bit? I mean, actually living in your makeup? That sort of nonsense went out with Theodore Barrow.
Herbert? Please show Miss Foot out.
What's this, temperament? Why, I always remember the Dimple Darling girl as a perfect angel.
Herbert, if you don't get this female mutt out of here, I'll rip her to shreds.
I have to check the mail room, Miss Foot. I'll walk you to your car.
You shouldn't be nasty to me, Sheila. You might live to regret it.
I'll die waiting. Oh, hi, Georgie.
Sheila. Sheila, I've just seen the rushes, and you've made a believer out of me. Oh, I confess I was skeptical yesterday, but darling, you were sensational.
Oh, that's so nice.
Sheila, you know something? Before your retirement, I thought you were the most beautiful girl in the world.
Do you know something? What? That is the nicest thing anybody ever said to me in my whole life. And I especially appreciate it coming from you. I mean, such a fine, dedicated, sensitive artist with impeachable taste.
Look, Sheila, why don't you slip into something comfortable? Let's take a little run up into the hills. And I'd like you to see my apartment. The view is magnificent.
Georgie, I'd absolutely love to do that, but you see, I'm afraid I couldn't get back in time to dress for the party.
Party?
Oh, yes. Yes, we're supposed to be there at 8:30.
Be where at 8:30?
At Max's. You know, I'm going to be the guest of honor.
What are you talking about?
Why, Georgie, don't tell me you weren't invited.
Why, that sneaky old lech.
Max.
Max.
Well, that is the strangest thing. I wonder why he didn't invite you.
I haven't the slightest idea. Except in addition to being a dirty old man, he's greedy.
Oh, Georgie, that's not nice. I mean, Max is your friend. He discovered you. Georgie.
What?
I know that you're trying to shield me. To protect me from some unpleasantness.
Well,
Now, darling, don't you see? You mustn't do that. I mean, you must tell Sheila everything. After all, we're partners.
I hate to disillusion you, Sheila, darling, but your old friend Max Quint stole from you when he involved me.
And?
I trusted him. I swear I didn't know what he was up to. Sheila, you do believe me? Why would I tell you if I were a party to it?
To save your own skin. You assumed I'd find out eventually.
No, no. How would you find out? You never took the slightest interest in business matters before.
I intend to take a great deal of interest in a lot of things from now on.
Sheila, what's happened to you? Sometimes I think I hardly know you. Darling, wait. I spoke in anger about Max. Maybe I exaggerated a little. Sheila, you're not going to the police.
No, Georgie. I have a much better idea.
You again?
I must see Mr. Vore. Mr. Machek said she was here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Quick left strict orders he was not to be disturbed.
But she is here.
Good night.
Oh, wait. This letter, it came special delivery. It's about the wig. She has to read it as soon as possible.
I said good night.
Like old times. Remember? Quiet evenings by the pool. Music. Just the two of us.
How could I forget?
Sit down there. I haven't forgotten this. Big champagne.
Oh, man.
Your favorite. And now we're going to have a toast. Just like old times. Remember? Let us have wine and women, mirth and laughter.
And sermons and soda water the day after.
You haven't forgotten. You know something? Oh, you're twice as exciting now as you were in the old days.
You really missed your little Sheila?
What do you think?
Max. Do you know something? You never once answered any of my phone calls and you never came to visit me.
What about the roses I sent you every week? And the
nose.
Oh, Max. You know, if it hadn't been for those roses, I would have sworn you'd forgotten all about Lumen.
Oh, not me.
Max, darling, please be careful. You're mussing my hair.
You mean that wig? Ah, come on, honey, take it off.
Why, Max?
Take it off, you don't need it.
Really want me to?
Yes, I really want you to.
Sure.
I'm positive.
Absolutely positive.
Absolutely. I want to see my Sheila as she really is.
All righty. Just fell in and hit his head. What are we going to do?
Don't worry, baby. Just leave everything to good old Georgie.
But I don't want to involve you.
Involved? But I'm already involved desperately. I told you I'm in love with you. This gives me a chance to prove it. Oh, I'm glad you called me.
Georgie. I wonder why all these awful things always happen to me.
I told you not to worry.
Georgie, do you think we ought to call the police?
No. With all those scratches on his face, they'd think you had a fight.
But we did. He attacked me.
I told you. Max was no friend. Say, we will call the police, and that's exactly what you'll tell them. And when they get here, you'll be over here on the sheds. Crying, heartbroken, hysterical.
Georgie, I'm afraid that won't do.
Oh, why not?
Well, you see, if we did that, then the police would want to ask me all kinds of questions about, well, to find out whether I might have killed Max. Well, then if they did that, all that messy business about our company and the stolen money and all those things would come out. You'd go to jail, too, Georgie.
Oh, yes, I see.
No. There must be another way.
I got it. We'll go to Yuma tonight.
What for?
We'll get married. They can't force a husband and wife to testify against each other. Besides, the police will never suspect we'd do a thing like this. Not on our wedding night.
Well, what about the picture? We have to finish shooting the picture.
I told you, don't worry. Tomorrow's the last day of shooting. We'll be back in plenty of time. Come on.
All righty.
A farthing to a guinea, she's bald. Let's see.
No.
Keep your dirty hands off.
Lord, or no Lord, you'll not be put to shame while I'm in charge, ma'am.
You're very kind. You must have a daughter of your own. You must love her very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Your hands are trembling. Let me help you.
Oh, that was marvelous shooting.
Was it all right?
Yep.
Oh, good.
Fellas, hold it a minute, please. I want you all to know that through your understanding and cooperation, we've been able to make a picture of which we can all be very proud. From the bottom of our hearts, my bride and I wish to thank you.
Ingrates. How dare they get married without telling me?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Ford, Mr. Ford, I have to talk to you.
Well, of course, Herbert, but not now. Can't you see I'm busy?
But it's about your wig. This letter from the museum in London.
I don't want to read it.
But you're in danger, Mr. Ford. Something terrible is going to happen.
You are absolutely right. Something terrible is going to happen if you don't take that letter and get out of here.
But you get out! You don't understand.
You heard what Mrs. Martin said, Bleak. Out. Dan, Joe, show him out.
All right, for children's sorry. We'll all be sorry.
You had the usual posts and corny comments from the newlyweds. That may be the real story being hustled out the door.
Why, Herbert, please. What a pleasant surprise. I saw what she did to you tonight. I was shocked.
You were shot?
After all you've done for her, and she repays you with insults. Ah, little Miss Sheila has suddenly changed.
Yes, but it isn't her fault.
And who should know that better than you? You who were in love with her.
I was her friend. I only wanted to help.
Of course you did.
But I should have known it. It was too late.
Too late?
It's the museum's fault. They should have sent the letter when they sent the wig. I mean, as soon as I got the letter, I tried to warn her.
Just what's in that letter?
Oh, it's a story. Truth about Meg Peyton's wig.
The truth? Tell me about it.
No, I can't tell anybody but Miss DeVore. I gotta help Miss DeVore.
Well, all right. I'm sure that when Sheila finds out this terrible truth, she'll tell me all about it. Oh, Herbert, could you give me Sheila's new telephone number? It's unlisted and...
Grandview
Just a
A.
minute.
Grandview A. 3165.
Cheers, Eddie. And thanks for everything. Breathtaking. Your little hideaway here in the sky, it's simply breathtaking. George.
What?
My glass is empty again. You know, Georgie, it's absolutely dreamy. To think that just yesterday you were a struggling director, and now here you are on top of the world. And rich.
Rich?
Very rich.
You mean for my salary from the picture?
No, silly. From your inheritance.
My what?
Well, it's true, isn't it? You and Max had a partnership, and the survivor inherited everything.
Well, how did you know that?
You know, these things just sort of popped into my head the minute Max fell into the pool. she? Isn't it just marvelly the way everything's turned out?
Life is just full of the most pleasant surprises, my darling.
There's something.
What?
I have another surprise for you.
Oh,
Give Sheila a kiss.
gladly.
Lester, if you can't keep those creeps out of here, I'm going to get somebody who can.
Sorry, Mr. Vaughn. Won't happen again.
Herbert. Let him go.
You said you didn't want to be bothered.
Never mind what I said. Let him go and get out of here.
I've been trying to reach you for weeks, Miss DeVore. I've got to talk to you.
Well, I haven't time, Herbert. I'm giving a party on the set of my new picture. I'm rushing now.
Oh, well, your party will have to wait. I must speak to you now. Alone.
Go back to the set, Betty, would you please?
Oh, yes, Miss DeVore. You can't go on this way, Miss DeVore.
What way, Herbert?
Wearing that wig. It carries a curse. It was all in the letter. You've got to stop wearing that thing. It's changed you.
Herbert. You're my friend. Would you want me to go back to the way I was? Or worse?
Oh, no.
So you see, I have to go on wearing it.
But you've already murdered 2 men. I mean, where will it stop?
That's a very dangerous thing for you to say, Herbert. I hope you haven't repeated it to anyone.
No, of course not.
Then we can go on being friends, Ish, and you can be my personal manager. I need you, Herbert. I need someone I can trust to handle my personal affairs.
But how can I forget what happened to Mr. Quink and Mr. Machek?
But you don't really know what happened to them, Herbert.
Oh, but I can guess.
Now, Herbert, the police were satisfied that their deaths were accidental, and that should end the matter. Unless, of course, you're here to prove otherwise, in which case I'd be delighted to remove my wig just for you.
No, please.
I thought not. There's something, Herbert. After a while, this wig grows on a person. The mere idea of it is really quite breathtaking, don't you? Just imagine being able to go on and on and on. Always being beautiful. Never growing old. I never intend to go without it. So we'll never mention our little secret again.
No, Miss DeVore.
photograph, understand? What have we here? A budding installment. You know who I am? Yes, yes. What movie comments? Ah, you're a bright girl. How'd you like to make $50? All you have to do for it is step outside the moment Mr. Wall comes in. Oh, don't worry. You won't get into trouble. All I want is a private interview with her. Well, say so, Mr. You're sweet. Marvelous party, Sheila, darling. What a sweet idea to reserve the entire soundstage for your crew.
Well, you ought to get out on the dance floor, Arabella. We're doing the twist. Marvelous for the figure.
Fine. If I could do something about the face, too. Speaking of faces, I heard a rumor about yours.
Really, Arabella? Well, I'd love to hear all about it sometime. Unfortunately, I don't have the time right now. I have to dash back to my party.
It wasn't exactly a rumor, Sheila. These are facts, darling, documented by one of the most reputable museums in the world.
And what does that letter that you stole from Herbert say, Arabella?
It says that mysterious wig of yours is the product of medieval witchcraft, and that it has dark and demonic powers.
You don't believe a cock and bull story like that, do you, Arabella?
Ordinarily, I wouldn't. But when you stop to consider, a frowsy old bag puts on the wig, and overnight, mind you, becomes a ravishing beauty, the head of the richest studio in town, drowns accidentally. A director with the biggest smash in the country dives off his balcony and turns himself into a puddle of blood. Put them all together, they spell...
What, Arabella? What do they spell?
I don't know. Yet.
But now you want to find out.
Don't you think your fans are entitled to know all about their glamour girl?
You keep away from me, Arabella.
There's nothing to be afraid of. That story can't possibly be true. I only want you to prove it. Take off the wig, Sheila.
I'm warning you.
Darling, I've been around too long to be threatened by a cheap little... Off it comes, glamour girl!
door, Grace.
Don't let them see me. Don't let them turn on the light. Help me!
The wig. The wig! Excuse me.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable which lies behind the veil. Our story tonight concerns the dark and violent circumstances surrounding one of the most famous criminals in history. George Durst was a normal citizen of his time, a man completely average in all respects. All respects but one.
I knew it. Tucked away down at the bottom of the page. Mr. Walter Durst will give the last of his lectures on clairvoyance tonight at the Cumberland Hall.
What?
The advertisement. So discreet it's practically invisible.
I thought it was quite tasteful.
You should let me deal with that side of the business. You have no head for publicity.
I had such an odd dream last night.
Not black horses again. I couldn't stand another funeral.
It was most frightening. I wish I knew what it meant.
Good heavens, they've discovered petroleum in Cheshire.
Judith, please listen to me.
What? I am sorry. I didn't realize you were so upset.
Last night, Judith, do you really believe I somehow have an ability to see into the future?
Good heavens, dear, we know you do. I mean, some people are left-handed, others have perfect pitch,
It has
and you have...
before, hasn't it? Time after time. The fire in the hotel at Bournemouth, the diphtheria epidemic.
Walter, what is it?
Judith, last night I saw a murder done. Why must it happen to me? Why not to someone who understands these things? I don't want it.
No, Walter, don't be so foolish. We have to make a living, dear, and I'm not sure that you'll be very good at anything else.
I was so frightened last night.
Then why didn't you wake me?
I was so sound asleep I didn't like to. Just after I went to sleep, a most odd feeling, as though something were trying to get inside my head, something pushing and probing.
And then an odd sound like nothing I'd ever heard before. And then the picture. Misty at first, the buildings all blurred. And then, all at once, it came quite clear. I was walking along a darkened alley in the East End. There was no sound. I could hear nothing but my own breathing. I wanted to save the woman, and at the same time I knew I couldn't stand to see what was happening. Suddenly I found myself outside some horrible drinking house. I remember hearing the ticking of a clock. I knew it was important to see the time. My body floated as though it were no more than mist, and the light at the corner of the lane seemed to draw me to it. I felt as if something were guiding me, begging me to look up at the street sign. Bucks Row. I saw it quite clearly, and yet I'd never even heard of the place before. I wish I knew what it all meant.
Darling, why should it mean anything? Probably just an ordinary old nightmare after all that lobster you had last night.
No, there was such purpose to it, almost as though I'd been made to see it for some reason.
In the early hours of this morning, Timothy Durrant, a cart driver, was returning to his lodgings in Whitechapel when he saw what he thought was a tarpaulin lying in the gutter. He crossed the road for a closer look, only to discover that it was a woman lying there. The lighted match revealed that her throat had been cut. The body has been identified as that of Mary Nichols, 42, a woman of unfortunate reputation, had last been seen alive but very drunk just before 2:30. The police surgeon has stated that in addition to the throat wounds which caused death, the body had been almost completely...
Does it say where it happened?
Yes. The body was found in Bucks Row. The doctor also stated that in his opinion, the crime had been committed by somebody with considerable knowledge of surgery.
Yes, the surgeon's knife, the scalpel.
Moreover, it was the same person who brutally murdered Martha Turner 3 weeks ago on the night of August the 7th. Inquest is being held.
All the details.
Walter, you've got to go to the police.
The police?
There can't be any motive for killing these terrible women, so the man is probably mad. Don't you see there may be more murders?
More dreams.
Walter, think what it would mean if you could go to the police and tell them exactly when and where the next killing will be.
No, I won't have any part of it. It's nothing to do with me.
Walter, that is a disgraceful attitude. The seeing of justice done isn't merely the business of the police. It's the responsibility of every member of the community. Why, it might mean the saving of countless young lives.
Oh, they were hardly young.
Walter, it is your duty to go to the police.
All right. I suppose you're right. As usual.
Darling, think of the publicity.
Yes, sir. Oh, good morning. I want to see someone about the Whitechapel murder.
What connection?
Well, it's rather a personal matter. I prefer to see whoever's in charge of the case.
Right, your name, sir?
Clairvoyant.
Yes? You're new, aren't you? I beg your pardon?
You haven't been in before?
No.
Well, Inspector McWilliams in charge of the case. I'll tell him you're here. Let's see if you don't mind waiting a while.
I mean, all those people have...
A lot of money, sir. Brought them all out today. Gypsy Jim, One-Arm Nell, and the old lady with the crystal ball. She can tell us the identity of Jack the Ripper for a mere £50.
Jack the Ripper?
Well, that's what the newspapers have tagged him. Oh, we have them all, sir, especially on a case like this.
But, Constable, I assure you I didn't come here because of any reward. Last night in a dream, I saw the exact circumstances of the Bucks Row murder. Several hours before it occurred. The time, the place, everything.
Now, sir, you look a nice, sensible sort of gent. You know, the wife had the same trouble. Wake me up in the middle of the night, she would, just to tell me about these here dreams. So I got her some stuff called Slumberville. And a cheap medicine, you know, but efficacious. Very efficacious. Never had any more trouble with her since.
Thank you, Constable. I assure you will have no more trouble with me either. Good morning.
Emmett, don't lag behind. I wish to see someone about Jack the Ripper. My little girl has some information I know will prove invaluable. It happened yesterday afternoon during my usual Tuesday sales. Emily was in rapport with Liati, her little Aztec friend, when suddenly there was a swirl of orange ectoplasm. A ghastly grey grinning face appeared!
Charlatans! Charlatans! The city of millions, once teeming with life after dark, now becomes silent and deserted with the setting of the sun. Children are off the streets with the beginning of nightfall. Women go nowhere unless accompanied by their men. Doors are locked, windows boarded up. London becomes a city of panicking individuals, no man trusting his neighbor or friend. Newspapers demand in their boldest type the apprehension of this mad killer. The rewards mount. Every available police officer is on duty. Groups of men, self-appointed vigilante committees, hunt through dark streets and back alleys. But to no avail. The man they seek might well have been a ghost.
Look at my hand. Look. It happened again. Quite suddenly. I saw the body. He'd cut an ear off. It was lying in the gutter. I picked it up. You see, the blood's still on my hand. No, I won't wipe it off. They can see it at Scotland Yard. It's a manifestation. They'll have to believe me.
Walter, it's your blood. You must have dug your nails into the palm.
No. I saw it, though. There was a red flower in her dress. And she had a bunch of grapes. She was still clutching the bunch of grapes.
My dear, you must eat something before you go.
Well. Oh, no, not the police. They'd only laugh at me again.
Then we'll have our dinner and they can laugh at both of us if they want to. I'm coming with you this time.
First, please, thank you. 2 pennies. Yes, madam. First, please.
I think I've got some pennies. Change at Oxford Circus and take...
He's here, I can feel it. Somewhere quite near.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Jack the Ripper. He's here on this bus. Jack the Ripper. He's here on this bus.
Where?
I don't know, but I can feel the vibrations. It's the same man, the man in the dream.
Regent Spot?
Walter, are you certain?
Of course.
Then we must do something. Try to find him.
It's vanishing, it's fading away.
Regent Spot?
Walter,
What is Rooted? No, Judith, it's madness. It's too dangerous.
there, going into the park. Walter, don't stop me. Which way did he go?
I don't know. I can't feel it anymore.
Well, try. Concentrate. You must.
No use. He's gone. It just isn't there.
It's so close.
Well, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Besides, it would have been madness. Now, I think we ought to go and tell the police.
Tell them what?
Why, that Jack the Ripper's in the park. They might close the gates.
Walter, sometimes I despair of you. Come on, we're going to Scotland Yard.
Oh, I didn't expect to see you here again, sir. I want to see Inspector McWilliam, isn't it? He's busy. We're trying to find someone called Jack the Ripper. Perhaps you've read about it. A constable.
What's your Walter, let me. Constable, today is the 30th of September.
It is?
And it may be remembered as the day that Jack the Ripper committed his 4th murder. And so you just stand there and do nothing to prevent it.
Ma'am, I had my orders, that's all.
But please, you must let me see the inspector now. This afternoon, I had a vision of a murder that I know is going to take place tonight. You must understand, we can stop it, otherwise the blood will be on my hands as much as...
What you want?
So a woman will be found dead tomorrow, with her ear severed from the head.
What did you say?
I saw it in a dream.
The ear was lying beside her in the gutter.
Constable, this way now. I'm Inspector McWilliam. What's all this about a dream?
My name is Walter Durst. I'm a professional clairvoyant. Perhaps my card will...
And what did you dream?
Well, I imagined I was walking along a lane in the East End. There was a woman. Her throat had been cut, and the ear was lying beside her in the gutter. It's not the first time, you see. The night that Mary Nichols was killed, I saw it just as it happened. The time, the place.
When did you send the note? Huh? The note you received this morning.
Oh, I haven't sent any note. I have been here before. The constable will tell you.
I'd like a specimen of your handwriting. Sit down, Mr. Durst, will you?
Oh, I don't see what my handwriting's got to do with it.
Please write.
Well, what shall I write?
Just 3 words. Dear old boss.
Dear old boss. I wish you'd explain.
Mr. Durst, you didn't by any chance dream the location of this murder?
No, not this time, but I'm sure
What do you mean not this time?
Well, I told you the other dream, the night that Mary Nichols was killed.
But you didn't write to us last time.
I don't know what you're talking about. Well, you must believe me, Inspector. I told you that I saw it.
No one knew of this letter except the men in my office and the man who wrote the letter. Did you write this letter?
No, I didn't write it. I didn't. Judith! Judith!
You will be kept in custody until we can make further investigations in the morning.
Please let me go. Don't you see what you're doing? Yes, enough, that's enough. Come on. But the woman, I saw what he did to her. You couldn't tell it was a human face. You could save her.
Perhaps I have.
Please. Please let me help you.
I come through.
Well then, God help you. What time is it?
Are you still awake?
The time, please. They took my watch away.
Oh, I don't know. It's a bit after 1. We'd better get some shut-eye.
Not this night. Tell Inspector McWilliam to have a good night's rest. Tomorrow he may not sleep quite so easily.
All right. They want to see you at the yard. Can you hear me?
God forgive them. Forgive them. So it happened. It was in your power to save that life.
2 lives. 2 women murdered within an hour. One in a yard at the back of Berners Street, the other in an archway off Mitre Square. Both of them hacked to pieces. You were right in every detail. Every man available was on duty in the East End last night. And every suspect we had was under lock and key. It's impossible. Yet it happened. It's impossible. But you knew. How?
That's a question I've been asking myself all my life, Inspector. Perhaps the answer will come later.
I trust, sir, that you will accept my apologies for what happened last night.
Inspector, I owe you my supreme gratitude. This was no imprisonment. It was a release. Until last night, I've been afraid of this gift I have. Ashamed because I was not quite normal. My wife had had my courage and my convictions for me. Now I know this power was given to me for a purpose. Respect must be paid to it, and to me.
I wish to heaven I'd believed you last night. Should you dream again, of course I shall act immediately.
We can act now.
Walter, last night?
No, this was no dream. But I can find Jack the Ripper. Probably tonight.
This time I shan't even ask how. Every policeman in London is at your disposal.
And that won't be necessary. Shall we meet at my house at 7 o'clock? At 7.
This is where the Ripper lived.
G.R. Willardon, FRCS.
Do we not? I don't know. I don't think we can wake them at this late hour. This is where he lived.
It's incredible. A large house in Harley FRCS.
Hello, the Royal College of Surgeons. Inspector, there's a dog lying at the foot of the stairs.
Seems to be light on, sir.
Hagen. Hagen. Stop barking. Yes? What is it?
We're from Scotland Yard. I'd like to speak to Mr. Willardon.
Who is it?
Mrs. Willardon?
Yes?
I'm Chief Inspector McWilliam, Mr. Durst. I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but we should like to ask you a few questions.
I must ask you to leave. It is very late.
Mrs. Willardon, this concerns the Whitechapel murders. It would be very easy for me to get a search warrant.
The police?
Mr. Willardon?
No. My name is Hatherley. I'm Mrs. Willardon's doctor. May I ask the reason for this visit?
I would like to see Mr. Willardon.
That's impossible.
Will you come into the library, gentlemen?
All right, Constable.
The funeral is tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Willardon. When did this happen, Doctor?
Cerebral hemorrhage late yesterday afternoon. You can understand why Mrs. Willardon is very distressed.
I should like to see inside.
Inspector, this is outrageous. I insist you take your men and leave this house instantly.
Did you sign the death certificate, Doctor?
I did.
May I see it, please?
It's not here. It's at my surgery.
Why did you come here?
We have reason to believe that your husband knew something about the Whitechapel murders.
Why?
I'm not at liberty to say.
You think he's Jack the Ripper?
Mrs. Willardon, I'm here to ask questions, not make accusations.
This is a strange...
Did you notice anything unusual about your husband's behavior these last few weeks?
Mr. Willardon has been...
I'm talking to Mrs. Willardon. Will you please answer my question?
You know, don't you? You know.
Myra.
Of course they know. Don't be such a fool. Why else would they have come here? They followed him. They saw the blood.
Blood?
Mrs. Willardon is hysterical, you understand?
What blood?
He was wearing his new coattails, wasn't he? I was standing on the stairs when he came in. Blood. All over his white waistcoat.
Myra, I beg you.
It doesn't matter now. I don't want the secret any longer.
Why didn't you tell the police?
He was my husband. I loved him very much once. He was so gentle then. Seems quite a long time ago when he had to give up the practice. It's terrible seeing the change in him. I wonder what made him do those things. One day I heard Pagan screaming down here in the library. He wasn't allowed in here at all. When I came in, he was sitting just over there, biting at his paw. There was a hat pin right through it. He used to love the dog so much, too. And there were the bats. You know that he paid boys off the street to catch bats for him. They'd bring them in a bag to the back door. I saw once what he did with them. He dipped them in paraffin and lit them, so that he could see the poor burning things go flapping round his head, and he'd clap his hands and laugh like a child. Then at night, he began to go out.
So, the funeral is tomorrow.
Yes, to all intents and purposes. The obituary notice has appeared in the Times, and a few relatives have been invited to a simple service in the morning.
Where is he, Doctor? A certificate of insanity.
Yes, Willardon was sent this morning to an insane asylum outside Edinburgh.
May I keep this?
You will find it registered and in order. You realize what this means?
Yes, of course.
Yes, once certified and committed to an institution, a person is beyond the jurisdiction of the courts. Not even the law can touch Willardon now.
Well, there's nothing more we can do.
No, it's better we should never know. And now, if you'll excuse us, Inspector, it's been an agonizing ordeal for Mrs. Willardon, and she has to rise early in the morning for the funeral.
Inspector, is it a terrible thing to hope? There will be more murders in Whitechapel.
Dr. Willardon was beyond the reach of English law. His guilt or innocence could never be proved. But strangely enough, the slaughter in Whitechapel ended that night. Jack the Ripper never claimed another victim. But what of Walter Durst? How does one explain his gift of precognition, his ability to foretell the future? How could he foresee in such detail the victims and the circumstances surrounding their deaths? He'd never seen any of the women involved. He'd never even been to the places where they met their death. And most of all, how was he able to lead the police to a man he did not even know existed? There is no explanation known to us, but this we do know. On that night, over 70 years ago, ended a reign of terror unlike any known before or since. Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable, which lies behind the veil. Good night. Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another strange and unusual story of the unexplainable, which lies behind the veil. Tonight's story was developed from a report contained in the files of the Gloucester Historical Society. Like many others which I've come across in the course of my research, it involves happenings of which we've long been aware, but for which there are no satisfactory explanations. Captain John Elwood of Gloucester, Massachusetts, had been a long time at sea, but his first thoughts were not of his wife and his home. If they had been, perhaps none of this would have happened.
Come in. Here's the log, Captain. Everything's in order, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood.
The crew is anxious to leave, sir. Most of their wives are waiting for them on the wharf.
Indeed. The way they're behaving, you'd think we were months overdue instead of just 2 weeks.
They've likely heard of our trouble with the snakes, sir. Happy to see us alive.
Well, just the same, they'll grab their men by the ears and march them off to the paymaster before they start to kiss them.
Ah, sir, some. There are all kinds among them.
Is Mrs. Elwood out there?
Oh, no, sir.
The captain's wife is too well bred to show her emotions in public.
Indeed. I want you to do something for me, Mr. Logan. I have to go to the company's office to make my report. Will you see that my gear's taken straight to my house?
I'll do it myself, sir.
That's very kind of you. Tell Mrs. Elwood that I'm fine and be with her presently.
Aye, sir.
Just put it anywhere here, Mr. Logan. I do appreciate you coming. I was so worried, what with the hurricane and reports of the plague.
Oh, it wasn't the plague, ma'am. Well, just a lot of poisonous snakes that came aboard while we were in Florida.
There was talk that some of the men died.
Aye, 2 seamen. 3 others were bitten, but we saved them.
Must have been a terrible experience.
We were finding snakes, ma'am, all over the ship 2 weeks after leaving the war.
Did the captain say how long he'd be?
No, ma'am. Just said to tell you that he'd be along. Presently.
Well, must be getting his dinner.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Logan.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Good to be back, Barney. This place is more like home to me than my own house.
We missed you, John.
What's been happening while I was away?
Oh, now, let me see. The Clarewell foundered 2 weeks ago off the coast. Nobody lost. The packet from England was late again, as usual. I think that's about all. Things have been fairly quiet. Hey, how about those snakes, John? When are you going to tell us about them?
As soon as I get something to wash the salt out of my throat.
Bessie!
Coming! Coming!
And all of a sudden, there they were, slithering up the lines and the gangplanks like so many fiends of hell. There's hundreds of them, somebody yelled. See that they pay their passage before they come aboard, I said. Hi there, my pretty. You're the one I've missed the most since I went away.
You ought to be ashamed, taking such liberties, and you a married man.
Well, if I weren't married, would you still object?
Ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lie. Afternoon, Mrs. Elwood.
Good afternoon. I'd like a bottle of that Spanish wine that Captain Elwood favors. I think he'd enjoy it with his dinner.
Be supper more likely, ma'am. Cook's having dinner in his honor. But I'll get it for you.
Nobody would have been hurt, but some of the fools tried standing on the snakes with their bare feet. Excuse me, gentlemen. Are you by any chance spying on me?
No, John. I only came...
I know why you came. Go home and expect me when you see me. You may charge the spoilage to me, Captain Barney. My apologies, gentlemen. Shall we go home now, dear? You humiliate me in front of my friends. You spy.
I'll never do it again. But I wasn't spying, I swear it. I only wanted to get a bottle of wine for your dinner.
And the table. Was that part of your affection?
I don't know what came over me. John, all the time you were gone, I missed you so. I prayed for you. And when you turned your back on me, I wanted to strike out and hurt you as I was hurt. I'm so ashamed.
Well, you should be. I'm sick of your explanations, sick of your apologies. I'm sick of you, Ruth.
No, John. Leave me something.
Ever since I married you, I've been trapped. And for what? The price of a ship that went to the bottom 3 months after I bought her.
You needn't have said that. I knew why you married me. I knew my father's money made up for the fact that you didn't think I was gay and amusing like the other girls were. I knew my friends were laughing at me because they knew why you married me. But it made no difference. I loved you. I still love you.
Oh, you're talking nonsense.
No, John. Please hear me out.
Let it alone, woman. You're digging up things that are best forgotten.
No, I couldn't bear it if it were only the money. There had to be something else. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe we could start all over.
Oh, Ruth.
John, I'm drying up into a bitter old woman. Help me. Please. I'll unpack your things.
What's the matter?
A snake! It ain't get me!
What?
John?
It's all right, Ruth.
The snake.
He's dead. I killed him. I've taken care of your hand, and the doctor will be here soon. I don't think we'll need him, though. I'm sure I got all the poison out.
You saved my life.
Well, wasn't much else I could do.
You could have let me die. Or didn't you?
Don't be foolish.
But you could have. If you had, you'd be free. No more arguments. No more trouble. You could do as you pleased. But you didn't. You saved my life. Oh, John, maybe we can start all over. Maybe.
Try to get some rest, Ruth. I'll get you something warm to drink.
It's a lucky thing you were home, John. Snake bite's a terrible way to die.
Well, she's much better now. The doctor says a little rest should be just as good as new.
You're thankful for that, I'll wager.
Oh, I can't wait to sail again. Always more trouble ashore than when you're at sea. And I can't make any money just sitting here, much as I like it.
Speaking of money, here's something that'll make you sit up and take notice. The widow Smith got a letter from London this morning. Seems an uncle died and left her £20,000.
£20,000?
Eh? He'd be a lucky man that gets her.
He could buy any ship in the harbor with that.
Too bad you're already married, John. You know, I always had a sneaking suspicion that she was partial to you. Well, drink up and let's have another one. On the house. Hey, you're not still thinking of that money, are you? It won't do you any good. You got one wife too many. Come on, have another drink.
Oh, thank you, Barney. I don't think I will. I'm going to get back to Ruth. been thinking over what you said. Maybe what happened this afternoon is a sign for both of us. We will make a fresh start. By Harry, I'm going to take you with me on the next voyage. I'll fix it all up with the owners in the morning.
John, I love you for the thought. Are you sure you want me to come along?
Why, of course I do. Oh, I've been very selfish about the whole thing. Seeing new places, doing new things. You've just been left alone here in this old house. No wonder you were unhappy.
No, it's not that at all. I love our house.
But you want to come with me, don't you?
Yes, of course I do. But I warn you, I'm not very good on both.
Huh?
I get sick.
Oh, nonsense. Couple of days at sea and you'll be just like a regular old sailor. Besides, I want you to come.
John, you won't be sorry. From now on, things will be different.
Yes. From now on, things will be different. Have the carpenter repair the afterdeck ladder before somebody breaks his neck.
Aye, sir.
How are you feeling, Ruth?
I'm much better, John.
Good.
I'm better.
Good. The cook's made you some more of his specialty. Another calm day like this and you'll be completely well.
I didn't mean to be such a burden to you, John. You've been very patient with me.
Oh, I should have brought you before. No idea what a comfort you've been. No idea how lonely a captain's life is.
I should like to be with you as often as you'll let me.
So you shall, my dear. Don't let your tea get cold.
You know, I dozed for a while and I had the strangest dream.
Oh, it was a good one.
Yes. I dreamt this was our old ship. And instead of cotton, there was money in the hold.
I couldn't improve on that myself.
We were so happy in the days when we had money, John. I find I'm thinking of them more and more since we left home. But when I'm well, things will be different, John. You'll see.
Yes.
Yours.
You're not very well. You better come and lie down and get some rest.
I didn't mean to get sick, John.
Right.
I didn't want to get sick. I'm such a burden to you. I should have stayed home. I should have stayed at home.
Try to get some sleep.
You asked me to see you after my wife, sir.
Yes, I did, Mr. Logan. Frankly, I'm very worried about my wife's illness. You've always been handy around the sick. Well, frankly, I thought maybe two heads be better than one.
Yes, sir.
I wondered if you'd take a look at Mrs. Elwood, too.
I'd be glad to do anything for the missus, sir, if I can.
Good. First, I thought it was cholera.
No, sir. It's like nothing I've ever seen.
Well, if she's not better in a few days, we'll lay a course for St. Augustine.
Aye, sir.
You'll, enter a full report in the log, won't you?
I will, Captain. I do hope she's better soon.
Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Are we to St. Augustine, John?
We hit some rough weather during the night. Slender son.
Rough weather? I didn't even feel it.
You were unconscious, I'm afraid.
There soon, John.
We will, dear. We will. Now try to get some rest. I have to go up on the bridge.
Captain Elwood.
Sir, we're way off our course to St. Augustine. If we don't turn now, we'll...
I'm well aware of our position, Mr. Logan. My order stands. We stay on course for Jamaica.
But I looked at Mrs. Elwood yesterday, sir. She won't last that long.
My wife and this ship are my responsibilities. She'll be alive when we get to Jamaica. I want her to.
As you say, sir.
Liar. You brought me dead. Mr. Logan. Mr. Logan.
I had enough poison to kill 2 people. You might as well know it now. I wanted you dead, and now you will be.
You're an evil man, John Elwood. You'll be repaid with evil. You...
John, you can't spend the rest of your life in mourning. You got too many good years ahead of you.
I miss her, Barney.
Oh, of course you do. It's only natural, but you've got to start thinking of yourself. Ruth wouldn't want you to become a hermit.
It's lonely without her.
But at your age, that can't last forever. The widow Smith has been visiting you, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's been very kind. She knows what it means to lose someone you love.
She's a fine woman, John. I think she's got her eye on you.
Oh, nonsense, Barney. I'd never think...
Oh, I'll give you a year. Nobody expects you to wait longer. John, it's time you got out of the house now.
Think so?
I do. We're having supper tonight in honor of a new member. Your old first mate, Logan. You've got to come, John. He'll be expecting you.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm giving you orders. Now stop acting like a lost puppy.
All right, Barney, if you say so.
I do, sincerely. Now it's time for me to get back to the club.
Why, Captain Logan, congratulations and welcome to the club.
Thank you, Captain.
I haven't seen you since the inquest. I feel I owe you an apology. You were right and I was wrong. I should have changed course for St. Augustine when you wanted me to.
Makes no difference. Now,
But it might have. You were trying so hard to help her, you almost gave me the impression at times that you thought I wanted her to die.
Gentlemen, gentlemen. The food is on the table, gentlemen.
Clumsy wench. I didn't do it. I didn't.
You're the only one in this room.
I didn't touch it, sir. I swear I didn't touch it. Look. It's exactly the same as when Mrs. Elwood did it. Father Ghost, sir. Father Ghost that did it, sir.
Stop that nonsense.
1,000 pardons, Captain. Give us 10 minutes, and in the meantime, the drinks are on the house.
Now, Get out, both of you. You may come in now, gentlemen. Twas the girl did it, gentlemen. Saints preserve us. 'Twas her ghost. Her ghost.
No. Fools, you're frightened by a superstitious servant girl? Barney Logan, help me, I'll show you it's nothing. You're behind this, Logan. You're trying to trick me.
Trick you into what, Captain?
You think I killed her. You're trying to trick me into saying that I did. No, I didn't. I swear I didn't. I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Captain Elwood, I think you'd better leave. Aye, he finally got a ship, if you could call it that. No other master would sail her around the harbor. She leaked like a sieve, and her crew. I wouldn't sail with them across a mill pond. But it was all Elwood could get, so he took it.
Captain Barney. Gentlemen, have you heard? It's the Coverley.
That's Elwood's ship.
Aye, her crew has just been brought into the harbor.
What happened?
Nobody knows. They say that the weather was fair and the sea was calm. And suddenly she just broke up.
But her crew was saved.
Aye. All of them, all except Captain Elwood.
It's retribution. The devil has claimed his own.
Gentlemen, the food is on the table.
There it goes. The law demands an eye for an eye. He who takes a life must be prepared to forfeit his own. But the law is man-made, and when there is no proof, the law is helpless. Captain Elwood never came to trial. Nevertheless, he was found guilty and executed. Who was his executioner? We may never know. But an unseen force that can overturn a heavy table is not to be reckoned with lightly. Please join me again for another journey into the world of the unexplainable, which lies behind the veil. Good night.
What are you doing here? Oh, God. Hold on, don't throw nothing on this ground. Hold on. Here, I got it. Yeah. What's that, brother? Swamp there. All this work I gotta do, I got a lot of work to do. That's why, man. My guitar. You can get the guitar again if you can do it more. You know that, right? I know how to play the guitar. I'm the greatest. What? I just don't know what the fucking keyboard is. What you guys do, huh? Huh? Woo! We've been live for a while, haven't we, Woo? What's up? Woo, that's all my stuff, Woo. You can't come near the stuff, Woo. I'm sorry I wasn't home. I went around to help somebody. Whew. I've been a long way. Long way. Got a lot of stuff done today. A lot of stuff. I gotta do kitty litter. I gotta do so much shit right now. It's unreal. I just got all this stuff I had to take in. What's up, guys? Sorry. I left this hanging that long. I didn't know it was going to be out that long. Might as well as keep the live going. That's all my stuff, Will.
What is it, Latham?
Well, it's nearly 10 o'clock, Inspector. I have a carriage waiting.
Carriage? What carriage?
You wanted to have a look at that place in the park this morning, don't you recall, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. Found it nuisance spending one's time on routine investigations.
I'd hardly call this routine, sir.
What would you call it?
Why, I'd say it was highly unusual. A man being attacked by a werewolf in a London park.
Werewolf? I'm surprised at you, Latham. I always looked upon you as an intelligent man. Where on earth did you get this werewolf idea? I know, you've been looking at the papers.
Well, they are full of it, sir.
Boss, from what I understand of the case, the man was nipped by a stray dog.
Oh, it was much worse than that, sir. He was very badly slashed, and he swears that it was not an animal that attacked him.
Ah, I suppose he was accosted by a man who suddenly sprouted hairy ears and long fangs.
No, sir, no ears and no fangs. As a matter of fact, it wasn't a man. It was a woman.
A little early in the morning to be visiting grog shops, isn't it?
Oh, sir, I never touch a drop before 6 o'clock in the evening.
Come along.
Yes, sir.
Fine morning, isn't it? Much too fine to be wasted on minor things like stray dogs.
Well, Miss Allenby, are you prepared to accept defeat gracefully?
You haven't defeated me yet, Mr. Lansfield.
We're certainly formal this morning, aren't we, Fitz?
Yes, we are.
Much too formal for two people who are going to be married next week.
Next December.
Next week. This race is merely a formality. You sure you don't want the handicap I offered you?
No, thank you.
All right. Do you mind if I review the terms of the race, just to refresh your memory? As a lawyer, I don't want any loopholes.
I'll save you the trouble, sir. We race to the road in the glen, and the winner names our wedding day, which will be next December because I'm going to win. And I adore winter weddings.
And I detest them. That's why I'm going to win. You ready?
Ready? Start counting.
1, 2, 3, go!
Miss Allenby. I won fairly and squarely, and next week you become Mrs. Barry Landfield. You should have taken that 5-length handicap I offered you.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't, Barry. You see, I didn't really want to wait till next December.
You didn't? You see? Oh, that woman's footprints, Inspector, there's no doubt about it. You see, she came along the meadow and probably went through this hedge. You know, that fellow might have been telling the truth about a female werewolf attacking him.
Stop that nonsense about a werewolf attacking anybody.
Yes, I'm sorry, Inspector.
There's a way we can get through this brush.
Here's the spot, sir.
All right, well, have a look on the other side.
Yes, well, let me do this. Thank you. Here you go. What's the matter, Phyllis? You look frightened.
Oh, those voices.
The life and style of Joey Flight.
Shall we go?
Yes, now that we have an audience, the spell is broken. We seem to have interrupted
This
a
movie's
romantic
called
moment.
She-Wolf. It's a werewolf movie, but
You know, when I was courting my
instead of a
mistress, we
guy,
used
it's
to
a
go
girl
horseback.
wolf.
Did you?
Yeah. Then we got married and she refused to go near a horse from that moment on. She only pretended to like riding until she got me well hooked.
When you're quite finished mooning about your courting days, perhaps we can get on with the business in hand.
Yes, I'm sorry, Inspector. Yes. Come on.
You look very thoughtful.
Well, I have many things on my mind. After all, I'm to be a bride next week.
That's not what's troubling you. Are you upset because of what the constables were saying?
Frankly, I am. It's not a very comfortable feeling to know that such weird things are taking place in a park so close to where one lives.
Certainly you don't believe those newspaper stories about werewolves.
That's just sensational trash, the sort of thing one reads in Penny Dreadful. If one reads Penny Dreadful.
You don't read them, do you?
Oh, of course not. It's just that I guess I'm on edge because, well, there's no man in our house.
Your worries will be over next week when you move into my diggings. In the meantime, I don't think you'll be roaming the park at nights.
Not if I can help it. Oh, Hannah.
Yes, Miss Carroll.
Will you do something for me while you're doing the marketing?
Of course, miss. Is it that you want me to fetch something?
No, I want you to deliver something. Please leave this at the chemist on the corner near the greengrocer. Just say that someone will call for it this afternoon. Will you do that?
Oh, so it's Cupid I'm playing this fine morning.
And the note is very important.
Oh, they always are at your age. Don't fret. I'll see that it's delivered quickly.
Thank you very much, Hannah.
Hannah. Yes, Mrs. Winter. Is there something else you've thought of for me to bring from the market?
No. I'll take that note Carol handed to you. Note?
What note?
Quickly. I saw you put it in your basket.
But, Mother, it's only a...
I'll see what it is. Give it to me before I lose patience and discharge you.
I'm sorry, Miss Carroll.
Run along and do your marketing. I thought so.
Mother, you've no right
To keep you from making a fool of yourself over a worthless fellow like Dwight Severn. Is that what you were about to say?
I love Dwight. And he's not worthless. He's fine and sweet and considerate
And hasn't a penny to his name. Come in the house, Carol. I want to talk to you. Sit down. I'm certain you imagine yourself madly in love with a starving young artist of yours. But have you given any thought to what happens to us the moment Phyllis marries Barry Landfield?
I imagine things will go on pretty much the same. Of course, we'll miss her.
It's not as simple as that, Carol. That's why I'm delving into the past now. To tell you of certain things I probably should have explained to you long ago. The reason I haven't told you is that your happiness has always been uppermost in my mind. First, I think you should know you're not Phyllis's cousin. You're not related to her in any way.
I don't understand. You're her aunt and...
No, I'm not related to her either. I'm only the woman who might have married Reginald Allenby.
Reginald Allenby? Phyllis' father?
Yes. This is the note he sent me the day before I married your father. Read.
My own darling, I know that nothing I can say will change your mind. I wish you every happiness, even though my heart tells me I shall never quite get over loving you. Reggie.
Of course he did get over it. Disappointed suitors generally do. He married Phyllis's mother just 1 year after I married your father. A man as penniless as the precious young man you wished to marry. And when your father died, leaving me with a small child and practically no money, I had to fend for myself. That's how I happened to become the housekeeper of the Allenby's London house. This house.
This house isn't ours.
No, it belongs to the Allenby estate, meaning Phyllis, because she's the only heir.
Here, Ralph. You know, I really can't understand it. He's so gentle around everyone but Phyllis.
It was anything but gentle a moment ago. Why don't you get rid of them, Mrs. Winthrop?
I bought them for protection. You know what's been going on in the park. Perhaps the Phyllis tried to make friends with them. Talk to him, Phyllis. Let him know you're not afraid of him.
There might be something in what she says, darling. Try petting him, see what happens.
No. I'll take him away, please. Very well, my dear. Come along. I'll lock him in the garden.
I'm sorry I'm such a coward, Barry.
I don't blame you for being afraid the way he was carrying on.
Oh, Aunt Martha, you startled me.
Get down. I heard you staring about, and I thought I'd just look in and say goodnight. What in the world is that?
It's a lantern.
But why did you hang it out there?
I thought it might keep the dogs from making such a racket. They've been at it all evening.
Come now, my dear. You can tell me the truth.
What do you mean?
I'm familiar with that old Scottish superstition of hanging out a lighted lantern when dogs howl to drive away the evil spirits. But you're far too intelligent to believe in anything so silly.
Am I? I wonder.
Certainly you are.
Oh, leave it there.
But why?
Why? Because I want it there. Isn't that reason enough?
Just as you say, dear.
Wait. Aunt Martha, I'm sorry. Just that I'm all on edge. Those dogs and their constant howling are driving me frantic. And things that have been happening in the park.
You poor child. You really are upset, aren't you? You mustn't let yourself go to pieces like this. Now get into bed. I'll fetch
you some warm milk from downstairs. You'll sleep so soundly you won't even hear the dogs. Into bed with you. I'll only be a minute. Carol. Where are you going? Answer my question.
I was going out for a breath of air. It was stuffy in my room.
Why do you lie to me? You were stealing out of the house to meet Dwight Severin. Go to your room. At once.
Get her, wolf.
Here you are, darling. Drink it. And let's forget all about the nerves being on edge.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Martha. That's very sweet of you.
Dismal sound, ain't it, Herbert? Like lost souls looking for a place to rest. Nothing quite as fancy, Alfred, if you ask me. Like lost wolves looking for someone to tear to pieces. Yeah, it's horrible, ain't it? They do say the howling of a dog means death. Well, in that case, half of London must be at death's door at this minute. That's no dog. Sounds like a child here. Come on.
Blood.
Good morning. Why, Phyllis, what's the matter?
It happened. I knew it would happen.
What are you talking about?
Look.
The slippers are covered with mud.
Yes. And the hem of my robe. It's wet. As though I'd been walking in wet grass.
But you couldn't have been out.
Blood on my hands. Oh, Aunt Martha, what have I done? Where did I go last night?
Stop it, Phyllis. You couldn't have been out. It's impossible.
My hands. The robe. The slippers. And I had the most horrible dream. I was walking on a desolate moor at night. I was stalking someone to kill him. Oh, it's the Allenby curse. I'm sure of it.
Nonsense. There's no such thing.
If there isn't, I must be subject to spells of insanity.
I know you're upset for this, but you're not insane. Now, get dressed. Come down to breakfast. Act as if nothing has happened. We don't want Carol to suspect that anything's wrong.
Here you go, guys.
Understand? You don't look well this morning, Miss Phyllis. Is something ailing you? Phyllis is perfectly well, Hannah. Now run along and fetch Carol's breakfast. She'll be down in a minute. Just as you see them.
Do you think Hannah suspects?
Of course not.
But she stared at me so strangely.
Be quiet. Good morning, Mother. Phyllis. Good morning, dear.
Good morning, Miss Carol.
Good morning, Hannah. Oh, how dreadful.
What is it, Carol? A small boy was killed last night in the park near Denham Lane. Torn to pieces by an animal of some kind.
Denham Lane? Why, that's close by here.
Yes, just a short way. Less than a mile, I'd say.
Not more than half a mile, if you ask me. Hannah, get some more tea. What are you waiting for? Get it.
Yes, It seems that the body of the child was horribly mangled.
Oh, Carol, please. Help me get her upstairs.
Good morning, Carol. Is Phyllis ready? I promised I'd drive her to the dressmaker's this morning.
I'm afraid she can't go with you, Barry.
Why not?
She's ill.
Too ill to receive a visitor, I hope.
I don't know. I'll go to her room and ask her. Come in. I just can't live with myself knowing that I murdered that child.
You murdered no one. Now you must stop talking about it, or even thinking about it. The idea that a frail girl like you could literally tear a boy of 10 to pieces is utterly ridiculous.
I wish I could believe that.
Is that you, Carol?
Yes, Mother.
What is it?
Barry's here. I explained that you were ill and he wants to see you. Shall I have him come up? Oh, no. No, don't let him come up. Tell him I can't see him. I never want to see him again. You can't possibly mean that, Phyllis.
Of course, she doesn't mean it. Explain that she's sleeping and ask not to be disturbed. Tell him she'll be able to see him tomorrow.
Oh, but I won't be able to see him tomorrow.
I'm positive you will, my dear. Drink this. It'll calm your nerves. Please, Phyllis. You're keeping Barry waiting, Carol.
I'm never going to see Barry again, Aunt Martha. I just couldn't. I'd feel unclean.
Hannah,
What are you doing here, Mr. Barry?
not so loud. Go on with your work. I want to ask you some questions. How's Phyllis this morning?
She seems much better, sir. She's in the garden now, getting some sun.
That's strange. Mrs. Winthrop told me she was too ill to see me. She's been telling me that for 2 days now.
Mrs. Winthrop is peculiar, if you ask me. Only don't tell her I said so.
I won't if you'll let me go through here to the garden.
Go ahead. What's holding you?
If you get caught, I swear I never set eyes on you.
And I'll confirm it. Hello, darling.
Barry, how did you get here?
I'll tell you about that later. First, I want to talk to you. Why have you been avoiding me, Phyllis? I've been trying to see you for the past 2 days. Is that any way to treat the man you're going to marry next Wednesday?
Barry, please. I can't talk about it now. Phyllis, what's the matter? It's Barry. Will you please ask him to go?
Barry, I didn't know you were here.
Where did Phyllis go? I've got to talk to her.
You'd better not. You've upset her enough already.
How could I have upset her? I merely walked into the garden and asked her why she'd been avoiding me.
Perhaps she's been avoiding you because she didn't want you to see her while she was ill. She's a sensitive girl. Don't force the issue when she's feeling as she does now.
What's wrong with her, Mrs. Winthrop? What's come over her? You'd think a girl about to be married would be in great spirits.
It's just a case of nerves. I'm sure it's nothing serious. In a couple of days when she's feeling better, she'll be a different person. In the meantime, I'll take good care of her. You'd better go now.
Hello, Barry.
Good afternoon, Carol.
I know you've been calling on the bride-to-be. How is she?
I wish I knew. Carol, will you come for a drive with me? I'd like to talk to you.
All right.
Good evening. Are you the lady of the house?
I'm a lady, but I only work here. Who are you?
My name is Latham, Criminal Investigation Department, Scotland Yard.
Oh, come in. I'll call Mrs. Winthrop right away.
No, well, don't bother. You can give me the information I want. How many people live in this house?
4. Mrs. Winthrop, her daughter, her niece, and myself.
No men.
Not a man.
Are there any dogs about the place?
Yes, indeed. And vicious beasts they are. Every night they keep me awake with their barking and howling. You'd be doing me a great favor if you'd take them away. That's what you'd be doing. It's a gentleman from Scotland Yard asking about the dogs.
Latham is the name, ma'am.
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Winthrop. That will be all, Hannah. I presume all dogs are under suspicion in view of the strange happenings in the park. If you wish me to get rid of them,
Oh, I had nothing like that in mind, Mrs. Winthrop. I imagine that you keep them for protection. I can't say that I blame you with no men about the place. I don't suppose you allow the dogs to roam at large.
Certainly not. They're locked in the garden most of the time, especially at night.
Have you noticed any suspicious characters about the place?
No, I haven't. Tell me, have the police any clue as to who murdered that boy in the park?
Well, not exactly a clue, as you might say. Of course, we've narrowed it down to where we feel certain that it's an animal from this neighborhood, or a person.
Person?
My own theory, Mrs. Winthrop, is that it's a weird... that a madman or a woman is responsible. And that's why I'm checking all the houses in this neighborhood. So if you do see any suspicious characters, notify the police at once, won't you?
I certainly will.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Good night.
Good night.
It can't be. Come in. Do you mind? Of course not. I'm glad you're still up. I want to talk to you. What are you doing with the cotton? Oh, I'm stuffing my ears so I won't hear those awful dogs. Before you shut yourself off from the world entirely, do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions? Not at all. Did you ever notice what nice, broad shoulders I have? What do you mean? We've been confiding in each other for years. Isn't there something you'd like to tell me? No. Why do you ask? I went riding with Barry this afternoon, and we talked about you most of the time. We both feel that the thing that's upsetting you is more sinister than howling dogs. If you tell me what it is, perhaps I can help. Thanks. But there's nothing you can do. There's nothing anybody can do. All right. But sometimes it's bad to keep things to oneself. I'm keeping nothing from you, Carol. It's just that I'd like to be left alone, that's all. Forget that I mentioned it. I won't bring it up again. I'm sorry, Carol. I didn't mean to be nasty. Please forgive me. There's nothing to forgive. But if you ever do want to unload your troubles, remember what I said about these broad shoulders of mine. And Barry has a nice set of shoulders, too.
What did Carol want?
She just dropped in to say good night.
I thought perhaps she brought you a message from Barry. She went riding with him this afternoon.
Yes, I know.
I brought the coffee you asked for, but I think you're making a mistake drinking it this time of night. You won't sleep a wink.
That's exactly why I'm having it. I don't intend to sleep. I'm going to fight this thing. I'm going to make sure I don't leave the house tonight.
Aren't you being a little foolish? Rest will do you more good than anything else.
It's no use, Aunt Martha. My mind's made up.
As you wish.
Good evening, sir. Yes, well, now, these are your reinforcements. Inspector Pierce wants the park patrolled by officers traveling in pairs until further notice.
Very good, sir. Now, you men paired off with the regular patrolmen. They'll show you the ropes. Right.
I say, Constable, what's your theory about these strange goings-on?
Well, there are quite a few stray dogs roaming the parks these nights. I'm sure that one of the bolder ones has been attacking the people.
Oh. Well, that's the inspector's theory, too. Has it ever occurred to you that it might be a werewolf?
You're pulling my leg, aren't you? There are no such things.
Well, the inspector thinks that, too. Well, good night.
Good night, sir.
hospital? Anything new?
No, sir. Everything's comparatively quiet. With the exception of a few dogs out. At the rate we're rounding them up, there'll be no dogs to howl tomorrow night.
I suppose you're still of the opinion that when the park is cleared of the dogs, the attacks will stop.
Oh, certainly, sir, aren't you?
I'm not so sure. Well, see you later.
Well, there's a balmy one. He's an idea. There's a werewolf at the bottom of all this.
Balmy's what I calls it, too.
Took me to more.
What happened, sir? Oh, she's done me in. She, sir?
We'd better get him to a hospital. I'm afraid it's a bit late for that. He's a goner.
Martha, how did you get in here?
Through the door, of course.
But I had it locked.
It wasn't locked, Phyllis.
Oh, it's happened again. What have I done?
I don't know. The new white dress is torn and muddy. And your shoes. Compose yourself. Is that you, Carol?
Yes, Mother. May I come in?
Certainly, dear.
Good morning, Phyllis.
Good morning, Carol.
Barry's downstairs. He suggested we go riding with him.
Will you tell him I'm not up to it this morning?
Of course. But won't you see him for just a few moments? He's terribly worried, aren't you?
No, I can't see him. She had a very restless night. She's in no condition to have visitors.
That's not going to be much consolation for Barry. Any message you'd like me to give him?
No. No message.
By the way, have you heard the news?
What news?
A Scotland Yard man was murdered in the park last night by a mad woman who made a noise like an animal. The morning paper is full of it.
I murdered him.
Hush, child, you did nothing of the kind.
I know I did. I'm going to a doctor. I can't stand this any longer.
You will do nothing of the sort. I won't permit it. Why, if you told your story to a doctor, he'd have you committed to an asylum. You don't want that, do you?
No.
Look. That must be the place where the Scotland Yard man was murdered last night.
I suppose so. You know, if I could only talk to Phyllis, I'm sure that I could get her to tell me what's wrong.
Then why don't you?
How can I? Your mother insists she's too ill to see me.
Haven't you ever overruled a woman?
Good morning, Barry.
Good morning, Mrs. Windsor.
Won't you come in? Carol's in the garden if you'd like to see her.
I didn't come to see Carol. I'm going to take Phyllis for a drive in the country.
You must be joking. She's much too ill to leave the house.
Suppose we let her be the judge of that, Mrs. Windsor.
See here, you can't go upstairs.
Why not? Phyllis is going to be my wife. I insist on seeing her.
I'm sure she'll refuse to go with you.
Cheer up, Silverside. After all, this is better than moping in bed at home. Isn't it?
Yes, I suppose it is.
You don't know what a relief it is to see you perking up. It's good for you to get away from that house. I wonder why your Aunt Martha was so insistent I couldn't see you.
Aunt Martha was acting for my own good, to protect me.
To protect you from what? Look, darling, I know something's been bothering you, and I want you to tell me what it is. It isn't anything so serious we can't overcome it together. After all, we are going to be married.
We can't be married, Barry. Ever.
Why not?
I can't tell you that. It's just that it wouldn't be fair to you.
I think I understand. You're not going to let me in for the curse of the Allenbys and all that sort of thing. Is that it?
How did you know?
Carol mentioned your being so frightened of howling dogs here of late, and I merely added up the facts.
Please, let's not talk about it anymore.
We've got to talk about it, Phyllis. You can't let yourself go to pieces over a thing like that. I'm sure you place no stock in that silly legend about your family being cursed by the wolves.
I'm not sure. I know you scoff at the Allenby curse, but ever since my parents were killed, I've had the strangest dreams. Dreams in which it seemed I lived a long time ago. I took part in pagan rites. I assumed the form of a wolf. I even hunted with the wolves.
Those dreams are easily explained. Someone probably told you weird stories about the Allenby curse when you were a child. Certainly you don't believe in werewolves, do you?
Many people do. There was an ancient tribe, the Herpini, which worshipped wolves.
That was centuries ago.
Yes. But even today in Scotland, on nights when the dogs howl, people hang out lighted lanterns to ward off evil spirits.
You've evidently been reading up on the subject, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Plato and Pythagoras on the transmigration of souls, I suppose.
Yes.
Don't tell me you've overlooked Shakespeare. Let's see, Merchant of Venice, wasn't it? Thou almost makes me waver in my faith to hold opinion with Pythagoras that souls of animals infuse themselves into the trunks of men by currish spirit governed by a wolf who, hanged for human slaughter, even from the gallows did his fell soul fleet, and whilst thou layest in thy unhallowed dam, infused itself in thee. For thy desires are wolfish, bloody, starved, and ravenous.
Mary! Stop it!
Oh, darling. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it would hurt you like this.
I'm so terribly frightened. Hold me tight, hold me tight.
I'm taking personal charge tonight. These are my orders. You are to arrest
Any person, man or woman, who cannot give a satisfactory reason for being in the park. Furthermore, if anyone